Okay, we almost have.
Great. Whom are we waiting for? I think we have everybody, no?
Brad Lynch.
Oh, Brad Lynch.
Let me
Yes.
just.
Well, I'll finish homework in the meantime, but I want to say again how much fun I had and pleasure I had yesterday in being with you, and I hope it will be. I'm sure it will be the same with
Eve. Sorry to interrupt, but is there any way you have a mic or headphones or something, because your voice is a little bit low. It's really hard to hear. Do you have any?
I'll try to get something.
Okay, that would be great. Thank you so much.
Okay.
I'll take care of that.
Thank you, Eve.
Thank you.
It's always better when you have one of those headsets or something.
It is. It is. It really makes a difference.
Yeah, but it's not very good for my hairdo.
I know.
But it might go well with your shirt.
Eve, there are a few of us that share your barber.
That's right. It's a trend.
We're becoming a majority here.
Well, things are pretty easy for you now versus the ones that are reliant on a hairdresser of sorts.
Although this piece of artwork behind me almost gives me a lion's mane.
It's nice. It's nice. Is that intentional?
No, it's just a coincidence, right?
It's just where I'm working.
Well curated.
Taking over the dining room.
Well curated. Ryan and Kate, Jordan, Madeline, did you get my email I just sent in regards to reshuffling the order of today? Okay.
Everybody's in line. We know.
I could be watching you.
Madeline, you saw that you'll be second? Okay, great.
Yes, I did.
Yeah. Okay.
I love you.
All right. Amar, did you hear back from David?
Yes,
from Brad?
Yes, he was logging in, so he should be with us any minute now. What we can do is maybe get started by having our reviewers briefly introduce yourself again for everybody else.
Yes.
And then I'm sure by then Brad will be with us.
Yeah, I'll just do the quick
Here's
intro.
Brad. Good morning, Brad. How are you? We can see you, Brad.
He's still connecting.
Yeah.
Got it.
Good morning, Brad.
Is it?
Trying to make it. That's a good introduction. That's a good entry.
Let's see.
All right.
Sorry, I'm late.
That's okay. Good morning. So we'll have everybody, the reviewers, introduce themselves. Then we'll just give a very brief overview over the agenda of this thesis here. And then we'll get started with the reviews. We have 5 this morning and 4 this afternoon, as you saw. Ruth, you want to start?
Sure. Hi, everybody. Some of you met me before. I'm Ruth Bergtold. I teach at the University of Applied Sciences in Munich. I have been for 18 years, I think. And in 2007, I had a guest professorship at City College.
17.
2017, yeah. Did I say 27? It all seems so far, so long ago. Cordula and I, we just pre-taped something very special. We're going to do a bar every Thursday at 11, and we have some English and some German contributors and some music. But Cordula will send you the link for that so that you're entertained in the next few months, because we're going to host Big and MVRDV and Snohetta and many great architects and artists and cooks and chefs and so on. So yeah, that's me. Hello from Germany.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Who's next? Eve?
Not so far from Germany, quite close, I must say, as to in reference to LA. I'm from Nice, France, and I'm an architect, as many of us here, but I'm the head of an architecture exhibition center and work there as an architecture critic. And I try to pollute people's mind, the general public's minds, with architectural ideas.
Welcome. Who's next? David, Los Angeles.
Hi, everybody. I'm David Thompson, and I graduated from Tulane in '91. I live in Los Angeles, and I have my own practice called Assemblage. And I'm really happy to be here, and I'm really proud of all the students before I even see anything for kind of being able to persevere through this in extraordinary and unprecedented time. And I'm happy to be here and listening to all this fun and exciting work. So congratulations in advance.
Thank you.
Thank
Brad.
you.
I'm Brad Lynch, principal of Brenstone Lynch and Chicago Architects. I've known Amar for 20 years, I think. We used to teach together at Stanley Tigerman's ArchiWorks in Chicago. I've taught at Syracuse, IIT, and a few other places over the years. I really don't teach much anymore, but that's about it. So looking forward to today. I'm not very good at the virtual thing, so we'll see how long I can stick it out.
So far,
Thank you for
good.
joining us, Brad.
You.
Good to see you. Steve.
Steve Dumas, principal with SQ Dumas Ripple here in New Orleans. So I'm local, know Coeur d'Alene, Amar well for many years. To second David's comments, I think it's great that we're able to do this. Some of us have been spending way too much time on Zoom meetings, but Coeur d'Alene, Amar, thanks for sending the material. I don't know what yesterday was like, but given what I saw, the material that we're going to review of yours, it really looks terrific. And I think that at some level, it's going to be more complete and more interesting as a set of thesis projects than I'm used to seeing on the walls on a regular thesis year. So congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Kentaro is also with us. Everybody knows. Kentaro, do you want to say a few words?
Well, I just wanted to thank you for joining us, our distinguished guest critics. Hi, I'm Kentaro Tsubaki, Associate Dean for Academics and Associate Professor here. I don't think students know, it's official at the staff and faculty level, but I will be stepping down come June 31st. Can't wait, go back to full-time teaching back again. But anyway, I'm looking forward to today's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. And later on, we'll have Iñaki all day, the dean, joining us later this morning. And also we have Casey Jones from also from Chicago, who will be joining us in about an hour.
Yeah.
Okay.
Correct. Yeah, I wanted to thank everybody for attending today. We already had a very interesting day yesterday, great presentations. I want to thank all the students for and congratulate all of you. We've expressed that before, for finishing your work on time, being diligent over the last 7 or 8 weeks. With your work ethic, we know and acknowledge that this hasn't been an easy transition. It hasn't been that easy for us either, but especially for you, kind of putting forward the focus and the dedication and continuing with the work that you already had set up. I think it's really fantastic what you've been able to put together. So all of you should be really proud of yourself for meeting this threshold and seeing it through despite the circumstances that are very challenging for some of you, as we understand. So I'm just going to share my screen briefly to just run over, and I need to share for all the participants to go over the introduction to the studio. Eve has seen this yesterday already, so bear with us. but can everybody see that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the thesis studio, the work that we'll be reviewing right now is the work that has been mostly generated in the spring semester. In studio format, we meet with the students 3 days a week, typically, for individual desk crits and feedback. Amar and I have been co-teaching this whole year, which is a decision that we made due to the size of the group, but also because we have been collaborating in this realm for a while, and we share, common feedback often. So this is kind of a new model that we've been trying. So both of us have been directing these projects. And just quickly as a definition, the thesis at the School of Architecture is established by the students by identifying a research topic, identifying or developing a thesis or hypothesis that is firmly planted in the architectural realm, and then asked to develop a position in regards to that topic, and then test that position through a project with program and a site, which is something that they identify last fall and then execute in the spring semester. The research work is typically compiled in a document format that they finish in the fall and then revisit at the end of the semester. So this is something that they still have to do after their final presentation today, where they compile the written work and then the drawn or design work. All of this together is considered a thesis at the School of Architecture. So we start with summer prep work. The students develop or put forward a thesis statement, an abstract describing the statement. They develop a bibliography. They look at case studies and analyze some of the work that falls in line with their research. They write a longer essay, and they accompany that with prototyping exercises. And then they develop program and site analysis and then compile that in a document that was reviewed at the end of the fall semester, which allows them to segue into the spring with the development of the proposal that you will see in form of a design presentation and then also a thesis document. So that's the summary of which we'll be looking at in a second. We emphasize that a thesis is something that is researchable and can be articulated in written form and also in form of a design or tested with a design. The work or the research also being already addressed by other architects, critics, or people in related fields. That allows the students then to develop a viable position that is informed by a multitude of different angles. There should be more than one credible response. So while you might see one response today, there should be other solutions that come to mind in order to answer to the hypothesis and series of questions that I asked in the beginning of the presentation. It should be discussable and disputable, which I hope that we will do today. And the work should be carefully researched, and then it should ultimately aspire to contribute to the realm of architecture. Yesterday, we left many of the presentations with ideas about how to move the project forward and how to develop it further, or how to explore different directions that have been offered at this point of project development. So that's always very exciting to understand how you can keep on working with the research and the work that you've done already, and hopefully turn that into, continue with the work and turn that into even more complex investigations.
A lifetime career. Lifetime
career can be generated from it. These are our critics over the 2 days. Some of them have introduced themselves this morning. Some were there yesterday. And then these are our students over the 2 days. So this morning, we'll see this cohort, and this afternoon, we'll see these 4 students. And yeah, we just wanted to thank everybody that has contributed over the whole year, critics and reviews and critics that are joining us over these 2 days. So thank you very much for helping to shape the progress and also the process of the thesis. It wouldn't have been possible without all the contributions that we received. So thank you.
Just to add to this, thank you, Kojala. To add to this, we teamed up me and Cordula this semester or this year to teach the group of thesis students, but also we encourage students to team up. So
that's correct.
As you will see it this morning, we have a few teams that formed. It was not a requirement. So some students decided to team up in their effort to tackle the thesis. We'll see, I think, 2 groups this morning.
Yes, that's correct.
So with this, I think we're ready to turn it to Kate and Ryan, our first team this morning with their project.
I should say that the students will be sharing their screens and run through their presentations, and then we'll open it up for commentary.
Perfect.
Okay, Kate and Ryan.
Can you see our screen fine?
Yes.
All right, perfect. Let me go full screen.
There we go. So this thesis looks at the future of coastal cities in relationship to global sea level rise, and we'll use San Francisco as an urban prototype.
Recently observed sea level rise is attributed to factors such as glacial melt and oceanic thermal expansion caused by human greenhouse gas emissions. The most recent predictions for sea level rise have doubled in the last decade and are expected to exponentially increase with continued warming. This proves that past predictions have been severely underestimated and do not account for the unpredictability of the climate system. Sea level rise has become a major concern for coastal cities due to the economic importance tied to their geolocation, along with the high population density within urban limits. These cities have sustained their livelihood in low-lying elevations through the process of filling, bridging, and raising land over coastal ecosystems, replacing their ecological value with infrastructures focused on defining the edge between city and nature. Hard infrastructures have minimal capacity for both human and non-human engagement due to their monofunctional applications focused on separating conditions rather than integrating them. As these systems are employed for the protection of conventional landscapes, they produce short-term gains with long-term consequences, replacing and restricting ecosystems and acting as physical barriers in a context based on transition.
So in order to address the issues of sea level rise and hard infrastructure, this thesis, in a poetic sense, strives to change our perception of how we relate with nature by accommodating the dynamic qualities of water in the urban fabric. San Francisco is a great location of study as it's a peninsular condition. On the bay side, you'll see where inundation is currently predicted to happen. Those areas used to be 500 acres of ecologically rich tidal marshlands, but were filled in the late 1800s. They then created the Embarcadero seawall to protect those new lands, which, being over 100 years old, needs a lot of repair. That seawall currently protects over $100 billion worth in assets, including vital transportation networks such as the BART and Muni Rail. The city currently has plans to repair the wall and have set aside $5 million to do so. However, here as designers, we intervene and say, instead of throwing more money into a broken system, we must invest in adaptive strategies that will renew the balance between urbanity and nature. San Francisco has a great attitude of resiliency. There is in fact a waterfront resiliency program which attempts to satisfy the public desire to be connected not only to their maritime routes, but physically to their waterfront. The administration even recognizes their crumbling infrastructures need adaptive solution and has monetary incentives for proposals to do so. The two creeks seen here are Islayas and Mission Creek. Islayas Creek is located in a sparsely dense and industrial neighborhood, whereas Mission Creek is located south of the Soma district, which is densely populated and mixed use. We use the site of Soma district to represent the typical San Franciscan urban conditions.
So to accommodate the risk of sea level rise, the city will inundate with water, creating the opportunity for a new circulation system to take place that maintains accessibility throughout areas located in the flood zone. From 2020 to 2040, a canal system will be carved into the streets, allowing for ferries to circulate as water reaches 1.8 feet above present day levels. During this time, buildings will also begin retrofitting floors that are at risk of flooding, along with the development of adaptive reuse of publicly owned coastal properties into production facilities for the new networks of ferries and walkways. From 2040 to 2060, the walkway begins to be installed as sea level rise reaches 3.9 feet and inundates the lowest areas adjacent to Mission and Islay's Creek. The system of walkways will continue to expand until 2100 as sea level rise reaches 10.2 feet and continues into the next century.
So to break that down, the lower level consists of floating walkways, which take place of the traditional sidewalk, and pedestrians board boats at the corners. In order to cross, they use intersection ramps with a height of 25 feet to allow ferries to pass below. The upper level is dedicated to alternative transportation, and since we are in the city of San Francisco, we can expect technologies such as compact electric cars or various personal transport vehicles to be commonplace. Together, these elements create a circulation network where instance moments, such as the way a path connects to buildings, actually creates moments of pause and relief to enjoy the new cityscape in this area. The paths widen to become plazas on the lower level and breakout zones on the upper level, which then lead to certain occupied rooftops that are given to the public realm. Since San Francisco is culturally a walking city, this system emphasizes the pedestrian network.
As these moments are composed together, they create a distinct waterfront district that allows San Franciscans to engage with their coastal ecosystems while building systemic support of maritime activity.
So this perspective shows the floating walkway and how with either addition or subtraction of the modular walkway surface, one can create street furniture or apertures to engage with the ecology below. This upper walkway perspective shows how the ramps connect to buildings where there will be a second raised lobby floor and the building accepts the walkway in the language of a car. This is used when the tides down below are high and therefore makes it harder to enter the buildings. Finally, a perspective from a ferry boat. These boats become the main form of transportation, taking the place of city buses.
And so by taking a cut through the street, the stratification of our circulation system becomes apparent, along with the methods of adaptation that existing structures will undertake to accommodate inundation and the new modes of movement throughout the city. In the bottom, the preceding canal system that allowed ferries to transport people from 2020 to 2040 acts as a seeding ground for plants and aquatic life as water levels continue to rise. Buildings can protect high-risk floors through floodproofing and encasement, as demonstrated in the right side of the drawing. The floating walkway is composed of modular units that are buoyant, allowing the pedestrian levels to adapt and fluctuate with diurnal tidal changes. The system enables the once restricted landscape of wetlands to take place within the city, connecting pedestrians to their environmental context.
This new vision of the public realm and the waterfront district hopes to shine an optimistic light on how we can live with nature once again as we deal with the consequences of climate change.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Carla, I don't remember. Don't we usually clap after somebody finished a presentation?
I think maybe in the new realm we eliminate that, but yes, a virtual clapping.
See, I got a button for my students.
I have a question for you. First of all, I think it's a fascinating presentation, really well put together. And I think the ideas are really interesting. I wonder if you, how did you think, I mean, because really this is about kind of a way of weaving a couple of these coastal areas together with this system of transportation networks, both on many levels. Had you thought about a little bit about the way the master planning of the different kinds of zones? So what the buildings were there a mix of residential? I mean, how did you kind of think about what those areas would be with your new master plan?
So we were looking, so Mission Creek is more mixed use and Islay is more industrial. So in the master plan, we wanted to with the time that we were given to really address the mixed use, especially since as we envision this in the future, we can expect that development becomes more and more dense and more high rises get created. So that's kind of like how we chose to select that as the typical conditions to respond to.
Yeah, and like some of the patterns that we've noticed in San Francisco is that these more industrialized areas, especially around Islay Creek, are actually starting to redevelop into more mixed use. And as we can see in the resilience plan, there's a whole broad amount of projects that are being applied, especially like the Mission Rock and Pier 48, which allows for all these new, like, are kind of like gateway projects for affordable housing in this waterfront area. So we kind of like expected to use this more downtown or Soma district kind of as that placeholder, and so it will be applicable in the future.
Have you ever heard about Bakema? Was here an inspiration?
I'm not familiar with that designer, or can you repeat it?
Yeah, but his name is Bakema, and he didn't deal with coastal fronts, but he also had that idea about different layers of how do you say that, city veins or transportation streets. It's quite interesting. I can send you a link or send it to
yeah.
You can put it in the chat.
Oh, okay. And he's but I think that you sort of took the ideas and brought them much further. I like how you're creating this network that also uses rooftops, and yeah, those drawings are amazing. I just like the different layers. And if you think about the High Line in New York, where you always feel a little bit weird underneath, walking underneath. I mean, not if you're at a standard hotel, but there's some shady zones. So I guess that you try to keep them, slim and high up, and so that you don't create spaces of anxiety.
Yeah.
At least the renderings don't make me very anxious.
Yeah.
No, I really like it a lot.
Thank you.
Yeah, the renderings are really beautiful and evocative of a wonderful experience underneath. I'm trying to get oriented, though, knowing San Francisco, and what's missing for me is a reference to the Bay Bridge. Is that showing up anywhere in your plan?
Yeah, when looking in the master plan, our area, actually, this would probably be best.
Yeah.
Our area is right around here, or these are our two sites. And I think the Bay Bridge is kind of in this area up here. So it's a little bit.
Okay, so it's all south.
Yeah. And that's because these creeks, like we said, were these historic tidal marshes, and over time they were filled in. San Francisco has actually lost about 98% of all tidal marshes, and the remaining 2% are extreme risk of being lost due to upwards of like 3 feet of sea level rise. So that's why we kind of decided that this would be a perfect place to kind of use these ecological services to boost the city's resiliency, while also allowing these ecosystems to move back into the city.
So one of the powerful things in the beginning of your presentation for me was a discussion of the way in which we have traditionally kind of thought of infrastructure, which is that it only does one thing. And that in this case, a desire to create an infrastructure that actually becomes more than one thing is an important consideration. We invest a tremendous amount of money in infrastructure, and what's unfortunate is oftentimes it only serves one purpose when I believe it could serve multiple purposes. Can you talk a little bit about your proposal through that lens? And is your proposal really weaving itself into an existing architectural fabric, or are you creating a new fabric in these locations?
So that's a great point. The way we think of this proposal of walkway systems, of infrastructure, and how we allow water into the city, that infrastructure is very, in certain moments, utilitarian in terms of its creating the ability to walk throughout the city, but it's also soft infrastructure as it becomes like plaza spaces, it becomes lookout points. And the idea, we've taken the typical context of San Francisco and like modeled it and shown how like in instance moments the system does really become very instance-based, where it weaves through the buildings, it connects specifically to entrances, and that's how it creates a more organic form that's connected to the overall grid structure.
Yeah. Kind of like a connective tissue for accessibility throughout the city. And in terms of kind of promoting resiliency, like our system is not like a seawall, and that's I guess the point is that we actually are using the ecosystem services of tidal marshes. So that's land building, That's storm surge reduction. Yeah, that's water filtration. That's kind of ground stabilization. That's also ground stabilization to kind of help provide those roles of protecting us from like more extreme events, while the system then is able to fluctuate and adapt with the different water level changes.
I think you're muted.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, Kate and Ryan, I have just two questions. First, congratulations on this presentation. I very much enjoyed the PDF already when I saw it, and your presentation was very clear and brilliant. You have explained very well what's happening above water. I have another two questions. One, in general, I'm impressed or surprised to see positively that yesterday we had another two presentations by two Carolines, one dealing with erosion, natural erosion, and making us, highlighting it and making us, the audience, the spectators, witnesses of what's happening, and whereas you are sort of causing an erosion by allowing water into the city, and another Caroline already in Houston, if I'm not mistaken, was already dealing with a sort of plug-in city flooding, etc. So I was just, my first question is, did you have any communication with within your groups, and did you have exchanges? Because I find it relevant that these issues are being addressed and brilliantly in three different approaches. And my other question, much shorter, refers almost to the last section. You have explained very thoroughly what's happening above water. Yes, this one. And I like this little thing, sediment, tidal marsh accumulate, which sort of made me become a little more curious what's happening in the invisible world, what's happening underwater.
Yeah.
So to answer the first, we definitely talk a lot amongst ourselves. As you've noticed, climate change, sea level rise has been a theme that we've all very much had on our minds. And so like we've discussed lots of different ways of how we approach it. And we also like enjoy how different people want to showcase the problem and deal with it. To begin answering your second question, one of the
about the first one, it really shows that over the three presentations, there is sort of generosity with the three of you in how you freely interpret and offer alternatives to those climate changes. And this idea of generosity is one of the aspects of those 2 days of presentation. So congratulations to all of you.
Thank you. Part of the things that we're doing down below is not only, we start with carving the walkway system, and in this section you can see kind of the banked steps. And so it's one of the intention is that when the water level hasn't quite yet reached that height and it's still down below, people can then actually walk and sit down on those embankments before water continues to grow over time.
No. And I think then as this area becomes flooded and you can't access those lower areas anymore, then that becomes more of space for ecology or space for these ecosystems to come back in within the city. So San Francisco, especially the San Francisco Bay, has like rich biodiversity. And so that would give the space for, you know, subtidal and more open water organisms to start to inhabit the city and not be so separated by a seawall, you know, not be given water space. Now they actually can intermingle and coexist.
Oh, yeah, because well, what's interesting is how natural phenomena can be restored over your process. Okay, thanks for the responses.
No, of course.
I have a quick, not question, but maybe you two could address a little bit more about the adaptive strategies for existing building versus the new one. I know, you know, you guys been looking at it, looking at it a little bit. And I think the next step for a project like this, and it's actually not just undergraduate thesis review, it's happening in a graduate thesis review too. And, you know, when we start looking at these things and the water rise, the question becomes, what happens to existing infrastructure? What what happens to existing foundation system that perhaps get weakened, so on. And so these are actually a technical issue, and I'm sure there's an engineering solution to that, and I'm not asking you about that, but at least as an architect, we have to start thinking about when the first ground floor of the building starts to get inundated with water, what is the strategy? And I think you guys have some clever thinking about that.
Yeah, so along with, there's a couple strategies that we developed. So the first one in the section perspective is on like the right. And that's the idea of building encasement. So that's flood proofing and creating like a non-permeable wall on the outside of your building and also going down to the foundation. But then also on the left side of the screen, this actually allows for water. This is more kind of creating a floating floor plate. And that would be then encasing kind of the structure, but that floor then is kind of connected to like buoyant foam, and that would allow it to adapt and change with the water levels and kind of connect and still create like a bottom floor, an accessible bottom floor. So those are two strategies that we kind of started to employ, and then we worked between, or we started to test out with like the floating floor plate kind of combinations or ways that you could make sure like the floor plate only goes up to a certain level so that you have a sub basement when water reaches 10.3 feet. So it only like rise up to a certain level and then stop. So we like started to really engage with kind of how buildings could interact with our walkway system and maintain that accessibility, or kind of protect their programmatic function by closing themselves off or by sealing themselves from water.
As an extension to what Kentaro said, Venice is a very good show. It is a very good case study about that. Venice, Italy, not Venice, California, but about what's happening to an existing structural system when man plays with nature.
Yeah. We definitely use Venice as like a inspiration. Another inspiration for this project was the central elevated walkway that's in Hong Kong too, along with Hafen City. A lot of these projects that are kind of trying to integrate water into their planning along with ecosystems.
Good. Thanks.
To Kentaro's point is that, by the way, a very good presentation, by the way, in terms of presenting it online. One of the better ones I've seen.
Thanks.
In the last couple of weeks. One of the things that I'm worried about is the science behind the tidal effect in terms of the water effect on soil. So San Francisco in this area already has significant problems in terms of soil conditions.
Yeah.
There are a number of buildings that have been built recently that you may have heard of that are having significant issues relative to what their underpinning and their foundations are. And one of the concerns that I would have with something like this is, what is the, how do you really have flexibility when you don't know what the conditions of the water are going to do to the soil conditions in that area of the city? And that the premise that these buildings are still going to be able to stand in terms of 40 years from now as water penetrates into that side of the city might be presumptuous. I think that that in terms of existing buildings and using them, the cost of probably making them viable structurally may not make sense relative to you're connecting to them because you'd have to have absolute flexibility in terms of your walkways, in terms of connecting the building, and you have to assume that the existing buildings are going to remain in place based on the effect of the land that they're resting on.
Yeah. So one of the things about this area is, like as you kind of made point, is the soil conditions, and this area definitely is at risk of liquefaction, and that will only rise with water. But I think that provides the opportunity for new development in high-risk areas, along with the treatment of our walkway system kind of as a structural system as well, as it kind of branches and connects to buildings. There's a lot of thought about that kind of in the idea of like circulation being used as structure. And so this could kind of be thought of as like an armature that helps support buildings along with supporting the accessibility and mobility throughout the city.
Was there any science research that you did in regard to how basically the water is going to affect this area in terms of as it is rising?
Other than inundation and liquefaction, that was kind of the like as far as we went to kind of identify areas of high risk. So with liquefaction, we kind of could assume that these foundations or the structure would be kind of at risk of failing during a seismic event.
Yeah, we definitely could have looked more in terms of how water responds with the materiality of the buildings and with the soil conditions down below. We focused on the way in which the water would move vertically through the space mostly, and how the architecture could respond to that.
You know, it's an interesting, you know, it's a very intriguing proposal to think about how this thing changes over time, because you talked about a duration of time and the fact that implementation would have to take place at various levels of investment over that time.
Yeah.
I guess the biggest question would be, as it relates to that, is one of public policy and private property rights. Did y'all think at all about how that would come into play, and you know what would be the factors by which a property began to be redeveloped with some of the infrastructure that you're looking at?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we looked a lot at like who are the interested parties, and so we looked at the different like BCDC commission and who would be really like be stakeholders in this design. So a lot of it is considered public. The central elevated walkway was one of our presidents, and that was really created in privatized moments, and so you'd find that the system was incredibly irregular and it was a little bit hard to control because there were private people would own certain parts of the walkway. So we wanted really for it to become a public project.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think in terms of like assessing property, we looked at kind of the publicly owned properties in our master plan area, and then we assessed from that what are the ones that were at high risk and that we could actually convert to help jumpstart this project. So you can kind of see in the master plan page how these publicly owned buildings along the waterfront, they would be transferred, or they would be kind of converted into production facilities, called like tidal marsh cultivation facilities, along with ship repair and like supporting maritime activity. So we kind of thought of that first step of how we could kind of jumpstart the system and like produce its legitimacy throughout the city.
You mentioned a canal system. Is that do you want to control the water level with that? Because, you know, thinking about New Orleans or Venice, they all have a lot of work and different systems out in the water to control the difference in sea level. How would you do that?
The canal system was thought of as where we would need to actually dig below to make sure that you get enough depth for ferry passenger boats to run through. But then I think we were thinking that over time, as the water continued to rise above that, it would not be as prominent, and that smaller boats as gondolas, like, well, not gondolas, that's Italy, but kayaks, canoes, whatever, they would then be able to traverse the areas that are not dredged as much and are shallow waters. So we're not controlling exactly the level of water as it rises.
So it could go higher, it could be lower, it would either be dirty and unclean, or it would come to my window level. I mean, that's the question that I had. You're probably too young to remember the Biennale, I think 6 or 8 years ago, where in the American pavilion, they had like these huge tubes coming out of the pavilion, and they were sucking in the extra water. Venice has, sometimes when you go to Venice, and I would be there next week for the opening of the Biennale, I became second as curator this year. So second, I only had second place. That's why they canceled it altogether, probably. But it was a really super interesting work to show how you actually deal with rising sea levels and have some kind of control. And I think that would be something that you could think about, or at least look at these systems or the Biennale the US pavilion. I will also text you the year when that was on show, because it was a big issue, and it was during the New Orleans water, sorry.
Yeah, during Hurricane Katrina.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can definitely look at that. We talked a lot about how like whether or not we wanted to use some form of walls or some adaptive strategy that protects parts of the city and not. So those were definitely like some of the thoughts that we had that we didn't fully decide to chase down as we continued developing it.
Yeah, and like another thing that we noticed kind of with like canal systems is that they're really great for engagement, so allowing people to move it or engage with water in a city in a controlled fashion. But another thing is like they don't have as much potential kind of for negating the effects of sea level rise, as they let water in and they let water like infiltrate the ground, so they help prevent subsidence. But usually canal systems are paired with some sort of wall system to actually help control the water level so that they can maintain like the same amount of water in that city. So like as seen in Venice, they can't control their water level, so now they create a floating seawall that will engage so that they can control their water level during high tides. So it's like those systems are usually paired. So our canal system was kind of not to prevent flooding and sea level rise, but to start with that engagement and to start promote that kind of maritime activity in the city in the early years when the system's first starting.
I still love it, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think all these comments have been really great, and I really do appreciate this sort of layering and thought, and I think from the next level of exploration that I would love to see would again to kind of see how you've created these arteries. You've been very deliberate about these varying layers and things like that. And again, I'd like to kind of see a little bit of exploration again on how you're seeing the urban plan on top of this and how that kind of fits in. Like where are you seeing these? How are you seeing these buildings convert? And do you have a density of housing in some places? And do you have the commercial zones? And just kind of the way you kind of see that urban plan laying over this, because you've really created, you've activated this whole edge of the city there. And I think, like the High Line, as somebody had mentioned previously, you can see that along the High Line, all kinds of, development has grown up around that High Line, and which is very similar to what's going to happen here. And I just wonder if there's the layer of exploration next on how you see the revitalization of all this area happen, and how you kind of see that, what that layer looks like after this is implemented or in process.
So we actually started this project, not with this system, but we started this project with investigating components that would be needed for the city and how you could tailor those towards water. So looking kind of at agriculture, turning more into aquaculture for water treatment plants to actually become more integrated with tidal marshes, become like wetland treatment plants. So we started to develop kind of these like aquatic housing or amphibious housing was another one. So we kind of looked at typologies or components that we could implant, and we started designing them, but then we decided that we actually needed to have a framework to put these components in before we started designing them. So then we kind of shifted gears and started to focus on this accessibility movement. And I think, yeah, definitely as a next step would be looking at those components and trying to plug those things back in, because we already thought of them kind of as plug-in moments, and they were based off of their neighborhoods or their locations of Islais Creek and Mission Creek.
It's definitely something like, had we had more time, we'd love to have gotten to in terms of designing buildings and like the new buildings that would then engage with our system and represent the needs of the city.
Yeah. Please don't let my comment feel like you didn't reach a certain level. I think it's great. I just talking about maybe that next layer.
Yeah, we'd love to.
An incredible amount of work. So I'm interested in just how those fabrics, like how do you see those water treatment plants, and then there's housing, and then there's all the amenities for housing, and how those things all kind of weave into making this whole brand new part of the city. Yeah. It could be really fascinating and incredible the way all of that city infrastructure and the way people are, I mean, you've created this incredible movement and ability for people to move through this new part of the city. You know, there's all kinds of opportunities that come with that from the development around it. And there's, you know, we had, you know, I think there was a comment by Brad that was about the, you know, the engineering aspects of that. But I think if we, you know, and I think those are really valid points, but I think if we remove ourselves a little bit, which I think you guys are doing, seeing how people start to engage in this and where they're living or where they're shopping or where they're, you know, entertaining themselves, and where water treatment plants and how those things are all kind of weaving together to solidify your proposal.
Yeah, I think also another thing is thinking just about the future and kind of how we can integrate kind of the systemic changes that we need to take in order to actually combat climate change, and how those could be involved into this system, such as like energy production and like all the other aspects that need to be involved to create a sustainable city.
Yeah, so one thing that builds on that comment is I'd certainly challenge you to look at the types of infrastructure that you need to replicate in this proposal. It's a little disappointing to see the need to bring cars into this environment. And I just wonder what would change in the proposal if there was a rethinking of the type of either movement systems. I mean, you're introducing the ferries and the like, you know, is it really something that that would be radically transformed if we thought about vehicles needing to access all of this? Or is this an area where you start to think about different and more unique modes of transportation than bringing cars in?
Yeah.
The cars, I think, that we've shown, they're really meant to be like really small, compact ones, but that's kind of like what we have currently in terms of what's a futuristic transportation vehicle. But definitely, like, we're thinking hoverboards, segways, etc.
Yeah, and I think when we think about transportation, it's kind of the needs. I think that was one of the issues that we thought, because if you only dedicate yourself to public transportation, it's like, how does someone get to the hospital when they need to, or, you know, or how does someone get to the emergencies? So that's why we found this compensation between an emphasis on ferry traffic and slower traffic, but still allowing some sort of system, which we at this moment have chosen as like these electric compact cars, to kind of be like a share vehicle or some sort of way that people can like get immediate access to necessities.
How about Uber hovercrafts?
Yeah, or hovercrafts. Yeah, you know, now that we're activating the roofscapes, definitely.
Yeah.
I think it's a really good, you know, there's no way that you can deal with all the engineering and science in dealing with a master plan like this for the future. You know, there's nothing worse than dealing with water. Water has a way of working on its own way. But I think as a concept, and in terms of getting people to think about, you know, how we're going to have to change, in particular in coastal areas, I think it's a wonderful project and very well done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You have geese and people living in harmony there, I see.
Yeah, and fish and crabs too.
It's a paradise. I think this project, you know, I love the conversation because we had so many internally that took this proposal in all sorts of different directions. And Kate and Ryan landed on this, you know, larger connective infrastructural tissue that also functions as a public space. And that was the focus in the latter part of the semester. But all the points that were brought up are really valuable and could be addressed separately in separate theses or as continuation of this project. Specifically, I think the threshold and the connection and the dialogue with the existing building fabric in terms of, you know, how it can be expanded, in terms of how it works structurally, in terms of how, what Steve was saying, how public space is defined within formerly private realms, right? How that conversation is negotiated. So there's so many things to tap on. But what I really like about this project is that you didn't take the defeatist approach and said, you know, there's nothing we can do, but you just said, you know, this is what we're going to do. We're not going to retreat. We're going to put something in place that stabilizes the coastline in a way. at least ideologically, and then take it from there and see, what questions arise from putting this in place. So I think that was a really good decision from your side, and again, it has opened up so many different dialogues that now can be tackled or approached.
To me, this is an exemplary thesis project, because from the beginning you had a very clear focus on what is it that you are interested in and what is it that you would like to achieve, but it was not a linear trajectory. And you meandered and tested a lot of things. And today we see a very well packaged presentation, which is great. Everyone needs to do that at some point. But in reality, you have much more material than what you are showing us today. You tested a lot of ideas. You have so much on your hard drives in terms of thinking about this topic, even if the presentation looks very polished and presenting one idea, but I think you have much more, and I have no doubt that you will be working on this for a long time to come. So congratulations, great work.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Excellent.
Congratulations.
Excellent. Congratulations.
Yeah.
Great.
This is the way we clap on Zoom.
Yeah.
One.
All right, great. Well, thank you for the feedback.
Thank you. Well done. Good job.
Great.
Okay. I think Madeline is next.
Yes. Hi.
Okay.
How y'all doing?
Hi, Madeline.
Hi.
Hi, Madeline.
Hi, Madeline.
Hi. Let me go ahead and share my screen.
This is Home on the Range, right?
Yes, sir. All right. Oop. Cool. All right, great. Can y'all see everything?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm Madeline, and my thesis is titled Home on the Range. So the goal of this thesis is to provide large-scale public gathering spaces to growing rural towns as they transition from rural to micropolitan. This transition often breeds animosity between the locals of these areas and the new incoming populations, as rural locals are accustomed to their established ways of life. An intervention following the athletic field typology has the opportunity to provide these hybrid communities with unifying public space and common ground through the enjoyment of athletics, often referred to as the lowest common denominator. So this thesis is cited in Bozeman, Montana, which is a Western town experiencing these changes and transitions. So this timeline kind of tracks Bozeman and its critical points along this journey from its establishment on a post of the Oregon Trail to kind of this burgeoning livestock agricultural town to what it is today, which is a place that's heavily influenced by the technology industry and this influx of population that is coming along with it. So as Bozeman has a relatively low cost of living and has become a favorable environment in which to start new business endeavors, as I mentioned, specifically those in the technology industry, which can be pursued remotely without much need for the typical urban infrastructure. So that's what's kind of bringing outside populations to come and settle in Bozeman specifically. Bozeman, whose economy has been historically agricultural based, has experienced growth in the technology sector and a decline in the farming sector. These changes make it difficult for agricultural workers to maintain gainful employment, as their work is now less crucial to Bozeman's economic success. This is also kind of changing the built fabric of Bozeman as incoming populations view this land as a blank slate, whereas those who live there don't necessarily feel the same way. As Bozeman's population increases, its demographic makeup also is experiencing transition. What has once been a town comprised of generationally established locals is now kind of transitioning to be comprised more of a foreign population, those who have moved from other states in the United States or outside of the country. So as Bozeman's built environments grows, its agricultural and natural environments have shrunk. Bozeman has begun to lose cultural components of its crucial components of its identity. This factor, along with the demographic and economic changes, contribute to this overall sense of division and animosity between the local and incoming populations, creating this sort of us versus them mentality. So my site, like I said, is located in Bozeman. It's kind of in this intersectional area between new construction, industry, as you can see in these photos on the right, and right on kind of the edge of where this natural condition of the Bridger Range, which is very important to Bozeman's scenic views and also kind of cultural vernacular. So the goal of this design is to submerge the large-scale components of a stadium typology so that the views are preserving the views and allowing locals to visually identify with the typology while allowing the transplant population to experience kind of this this urban typology that they're so accustomed to in cities like New York or Los Angeles. Some important components to the site are the views located to the north, the pedestrian accessibility, and also the vehicular accessibility located to the north of the site. As I said, the design is, the urban scale of the design is submerged within the ground to allow for this visual accessibility to the scenic views, as well as this identification between the local population and this new typology that is being proposed in this thesis. So the design offers multiple levels of engagement at a variety of price points, allowing users to take advantage of the stadium regardless of socioeconomic standing. As you can see, the most expensive of these options would be a traditional stadium seating, paid seating. The second of these options being a bar restaurant, which is located right above grade, allowing people to purchase a meal or a drink and engage with the athletic typology. And then a outfield tailgate park, which allows, you know, the local population to engage at a free price point while kind of experiencing athletics in the way that they're accustomed to, which is, you know, pull your truck up and take out your grill, drink some beers with your friends, which is kind of what the experience is now. So a large part of this design is spanning green spaces, which both help with water management as well as allow for some flexibility within the site, you know, holding fairs, concerts, the opportunity to engage with this site regardless of the event going on in here, if there is one or if there isn't one. So in elevation, the facade is broken down and very low-lying vertically, again, to preserve the views behind, as well as to take away any monumentality associated with something like a stadium within this setting. And in section, you can see this submersion, as well as the incorporation of natural elements. To the left is the this tailgate outfield condition that's kind of crucial to the success within kind of the local vernacular. In this rendering, you can see kind of what this would look like as people start to filter in. This is a very informal point of viewing, whereas people might come for dinner and a drink to kind of engage with what's going on below. And then the formal seating, which again is the highest price point. And again, very unassuming from an entry point. You're kind of entering into this design and then choosing how you want to engage with the typology. Very subtle and unassuming, but still able to kind of host this urban scale gathering, which Bozeman is going to need as its population continues to grow and is expected to grow exponentially.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Could you go back to the to slide 8?
Sorry, I don't know if there's a better way. This one?
No, it was the one that shows the walls, because that's my first question. What I mean, it looks like you're building segments of a major wall in the countryside. You see the mountains behind the wall, so
which
maybe
slide? Here, let me go back to the.
It wasn't. Yeah, it was an elevation. It was just there.
This one.
Yeah, maybe.
13. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, perfect. So I mean, not you know, I live in Bavaria, I live in Munich, and a lot of people say we can't have high rises here because there's the mountains, but it's something worth thinking about. I'm not sharing this idea at all, but you're building quite a wall there. What was your thought behind it?
When you say wall, are you referring to?
Whatever I'm seeing there, I guess it's the back wall of your stadium.
Yeah.
The top elevation.
The top.
You know, there's no, it's just a wall. There's this gap in the middle, but you know, there's no openings, no light features.
Those are the bars and restaurants, correct?
Yes, sir. Mm-hmm. So this is the elevation, which again provides kind of a monolithic exterior, not to detract from any of the natural surroundings. This would be an entry point, again, meant to be kind of unassuming, as you don't necessarily identify this as this large scale urban typology. But once you enter, you kind of understand it and are able to engage with it at multiple levels. So that's what this is an elevation of the entry.
No, I figured that, but it was a very eloquent answer. I was wondering whether it's the right elevation for a stadium for the public, you know, especially as I think, you know, you have great demographics about the population and how and why you decided to provide this kind of program. And it's not a very open elevation. That's what I tried to say.
Yes, ma'am, I understand.
Well, I think that, you know, the question of how a program like this works within a community is the fundamental question, right? And so there's a lot about the proposal to be commended. I think one question is, though, again, to get back to how can we have projects and programs serve multiple communities? If these are restaurants and bars that are used for game time, you know, one way to think of it is, what can it give back? Is it only available for use when there's a game in session, or is it a project that is open to the community 24/7? And how do you think about a project in those terms? You know, the same way a lot of more recent projects like museums and others in urban contexts have to think about ground floor activities that don't wall themselves off from the street. So that would be a question about how the project performs in a larger sense of how it contributes to a community rather than just to a single use.
Right, absolutely. And that's something that I kind of, I don't want to say like waffle back and forth on this semester was, you know, are these commercial spaces, bars and restaurants accessible when this program isn't, you know, functioning as an athletic field? As the design sits and as the plan sits, they have the opportunity to be accessed when a game is not, or an event is not happening in the stadium. However, I think as a primary function, I intended for them to be used on game day as to be kind of, dogmatic about the establishment of this typology as an athletic field, as something that, offers this urban scale of gathering and this urban typology, and is kind of established as that. I will say that in terms of, gathering when things aren't necessarily happening in the field, the large kind of spanning green spaces allow for some flexibility. Bozeman's big on, bringing your dog to the dog park, running outside, being outside in general. So that was kind of where my head was at with that.
How did you pick Bozeman?
Pardon?
How did you pick the town of Bozeman?
So my family lives there, and they moved there probably, like 4 or 5 years ago, but I've been going since I was, for a month every summer since I was a kid. So I've kind of seen in recent history firsthand this kind of transition and how, people that I met 15 years ago who have lived there for generations kind of talk about these changes that are happening. And there's kind of this, weird us versus them thing. Oh, people are moving in, people don't understand what's happening or how we do things here. I've been faced with it as well. And I, my parents, yes, newer members of this community also.
How would you describe your friends who had lived there for a long time or multi-generational? How would you describe their what their point of view is in terms of living there and the town?
I think it's I think I think it's an appropriate response to kind of be a little bit change adverse as you're just super accustomed to living a certain way. Traffic, for example, roads that are 2-lane roads, not meant to really handle this influx in this industry, where it would take 3 minutes to get from downtown to your house, out of town. Now it takes, like 45 or something crazy like that, So just kind of as Bozeman is able to keep up with the housing demand, they're not necessarily able to keep up with any kind of infrastructural demand or typology such as this, which kind of facilitates this growing population and allows for a productive engagement. So that's kind of the problem.
My question, Madeline, is somewhat similar to what Brad said, and I would go back to slide 5. Something seems to be a little detail, but I was struck by those guys on the right with a white screen.
Yes, right here.
That's it. You have 2 guys with a white screen, one with a suit, a sort of businessman with a suit, seeing the scenery of the place as sort of blank surface, a blank page, and the guy with a shovel, like, okay, I'm here, I was there. And I don't know what it's like in Bozeman, but in Europe we have 2 types of phenomena, and my question was, you partly answered it. What's happening at the interface? In certain urban conditions today, you have people from big cities who want to go to smaller towns, and they're a sort of catalyst for change. They want to everything modern. They want to update everything, to have up-to-date facilities, technologies, etc. And they meet with some resistance from the locals. But sometimes, beyond this cliche, you have the contrary. And you have people who come from outside and want to find a sort of nostalgic, romantic vision of things. And instead of being a catalyst for change, they sort of block things. Locals would like to have their place change. And people, newcomers, would like to live in a postcard. So it's a sort of conflict, like you're a little younger than I am, and so maybe you're not familiar with Green Acres, but it's a sort of Eva Gabor versus A.D. Albert situation. And how do you think, what's happening in Bozeman actually, and how did you make your decisions, and how did you say, okay, this is what I'm doing, sort of introducing your own political decision about the level of change which you want to introduce?
So my, or the response demonstrated in this thesis is what I kind of derived as the middle ground between opposing that change, which is, keeping this like a postcard and appeasing that side of things. And then kind of going all the way forward, which, is something we also talked about this semester, which is why is this thing not some monumental large stadium? That's what a stadium is something that like gives the place identity. It's visual, it's monumental. So what I kind of decided on was the middle ground of, I hate to say it, but who doesn't like sports? Historically athletics are kind of the circus, the lowest common denominator. They appease everybody, regardless of race, socioeconomic standing, political viewpoint. So I really tried to kind of hit the middle ground between opposing the change, but still creating some kind of new, introducing some like urban typology into this area, so that the community can kind of pick and choose how they want to move forward and engage with this space.
It takes guts. Generally, it takes guts to have these sort of middle ground attitudes, because lukewarm water makes everyone unhappy. Those who like cold baths and those who like hot baths. So middle ground situations and positions call for a lot of guts in terms of political political attitude and conviction. So good luck with that.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Madeline,
I want to go back to my question again, Madeline, in terms of your friends that had lived there for a long time. Were they able to articulate what they wanted to have there?
I won't say.
All you've said generally is that that they oppose some of the new things that are happening and don't like change, but you haven't articulated what they would like or what they would like to have specifically, if anything.
Right. So just speaking with locals in general, again, the attitude is kind of where they feel that the change is out of their hands, in terms of, what's happening with the built environment, how it is getting taller and things are getting larger. They feel that the movement or the direction of the urban development is kind of geared towards the incoming population. And like I said, I think by creating some kind of athletic field typology, it kind of has the opportunity to cater to both the local population and the incoming population, versus something like and I hate to say this because I love art museums, but something like an art museum or something, avant-garde or new. This is kind of like that down-home typology of, athletic engagement, the tailgate, the all-American approach to things. So I think that's kind of where this went.
I have a question, I think, kind of expanding on Brad's question too, a bit about like, it's interesting to know what other people in the community are kind of looking for in that thing. I'm interested in the idea of like, sports is a unifier, not everybody loves sports, but most people do. And it's a great way to kind of bring people in cities together. And as I appreciate it as a programmatic element to sort of be a unifier in this place where you're trying to kind of like really bridge this gap that's going on. My question is Bozeman, is there a current stadium now, or is there a current athletic field? Is there what infrastructure is there now, and why have you determined, like, because I think that traditionally stadiums in big cities and things like that are attached to some either specific sport or some specific kind of team that kind of puts these things together. And it seems like even in some of your images there's a looseness about this field, where people can kind of, you've definitely indicated like, well, here's paid seats, here are where people can kind of come and tailgate, and here people can go to restaurants. But is there a current infrastructure right now that is needing to be upgraded or whatever, because there is a real kind of desire, or there's a sports team, and I don't believe there is, but I'm interested in what's there now and why all of a sudden that program, while I appreciate it being a unifier, is there something that you kind of looked in that made you decide that this would be the program that would kind of do that, and how you would then ultimately fill it?
Sure. So one thing I will say, just looking at this page here, there's kind of two current responses to this large scale public gathering. I would say one big one, not shown on this page, just because it's kind of a little south here, is Montana State University obviously does have a football field for their football team. And kind of in my exploration of the urban typology and kind of this growing environment, as this is set to become, you need that division between this is our college athletic field and this is our, local, or, like the Saints don't play at Tulane's football stadium, you know what I'm saying? So that was kind of how I looked at that. The other current response to this large-scale public gathering is Gallatin County Fairgrounds, which is kind of where it's this bottom picture in the bottom right corner. That's where they set up the rodeo. That's where they set up the fair. So this is kind of supposed to build on that and give this like brick and mortar response that I think
it's a little more like build it and they will come.
Yes, build it and they will come. But also, I think that's where this kind of stadium typology is productive, in the sense that, it doesn't always have to be sports. There's so many concerts that roll through Bozeman that play in the field house at Montana State, which I think seats like 15,000 people. And Bozeman, being one of the biggest cities in Montana, is kind of this draw for these large events. And doesn't really necessarily have the capacity to deal with them. So this is kind of, in the sports sense, a build and they will come, but in a sense of, providing that infrastructure, it's a little bit more of a larger conversation.
My firm has a building going up there in Bozeman right now, and
really,
and it's horrible. It's a multi-family project that got manipulated by the town. It was for a Chicago developer in terms of the money, and it got really dumbed down, mainly because of comments from a local architect with the city and influencing what the design would be. The Chicago developer didn't really want to have community involvement or a commentary, and just went in terms of the normal practice of going to the city and getting whatever permissions were necessary in order to do the building.
Right.
And to me, this is a classic example of an area that needs community engagement, which is kind of what I was asking you before, in terms of, what are you asking questions in terms of the people that are there?
Right.
Because the only way you're going to marry the old and the new and get the lukewarm water, as Yves was saying, was that actually that this is, you're going to need community engagement. You're going to need to have participation, and you're going to need commentary. So having your facility there may be a really good solution, and if you build it, they may well come. But if the community doesn't feel that it's part of them, and they've been part of the decision-making process, then it's going to be difficult to sell, because then no matter what you're doing, whether it's good or bad or indifferent, you're going to be kind of hitting them over the head with it, as opposed to them participating in the decision-making process.
Right.
And I think in a project like this, should be part of the research.
Right. Yes, sir. Absolutely. And I will say that I guess the one way I did address kind of that community involvement was offering, those various levels of engagement between the outfield, the commercial bars and restaurants, and the formal seating, where there's kind of like this conversation you can have with how you'd like to engage with something. It's not kind of just thrown at you as this is your option, take it or leave it, and like it or don't. So just offering those opportunities, but absolutely understand.
So is it intentional that you don't really choose an architectural language? And it brings me back to some of your drawings where you showed walls in different heights. But you also, when you superimpose the different functions in the isometry, in the isometry, this one.
Oh, this one. Mm-hmm.
No, but anyhow, you're showing the different functions and how you overlap them, but you're not really going beyond showing boxes or the typical shape for a stadium or this kind of gladiator, whatever. Was that intentional? Is that a placeholder, and you would then discuss it with the people living there? Because I mean, architecture, being an architect, you need to obviously give not just a form, but a content and a concept to a building, and it's usually not that bland.
Right, absolutely. I think kind of the bland nature of the above ground facade was, kind of meant to draw on the vernacular of this area, which is, as you can see, as you can kind of see, the majority of the buildings in this area, this is a great photo to kind of look at it in, are kind of these like industrial, low-lying, very monotone warehouse, industrial components. So that was kind of meant to situate this design, within that context and not necessarily give it, kind of create the identity of the typology with who it's filled and how it's filled by, and how the community tries to
isometry to the 3D perspective thing.
Would that be
the one with the stadium in it? The next one?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. No, the one before. Sorry.
Sorry, I should have labeled the number. The numbers with the numbers below on the.
So from this drawing comes my question. I mean, you're doing modules, elements, units. But I mean, you just said that you want to stay in that language of the vernacular and have the people decide how to bring life into this.
Mm-hmm.
Fair answer. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Great. If we don't have any more comments, thank you, Madeline.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I really appreciate y'all.
And then I think we're moving on to Jordan.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Bye, thank you.
Okay.
Casey, we have Casey Jones.
Yes, Casey.
Hi, Casey. How are you?
I'm good.
Welcome.
How are you all? Hi,
good to see you.
Would you mind introducing yourself quickly to everybody?
Sure, I'm Casey.
That was quick.
Hi, everybody. I'm Casey Jones. I'm a principal at Perkins & Will. I oversee our design programs firm-wide, and I am fortunate enough to have been invited to these reviews by Cordula and Amar for a couple of years now, and I'm looking forward to the presentations. I apologize for coming in late.
No worries. Welcome. Great to have you.
All right. So can everyone see this?
Yes.
All right, great. So hello, my name is Jordan, and my thesis explores the intersection of architecture and power through a megastructure, which is located in Washington, D.C., and is dedicated to a new Amazon headquarters. The structure itself addresses barriers, both man-made and natural, in the urban fabric of Washington, D.C. This is my thesis statement, pretty much repeating what I just said. So the intersection of architecture and power dates to ancient times, with states building monuments like the Great Pyramids and the Colosseum to project their power. As multinational corporations grew in the second half of the 20th century, these monuments began to shift from state-sponsored celebrations of power, which you can see on the top, to more corporate-sponsored celebrations of power, which you can see at the bottom. This shift can be seen starting with corporate-sized skyscrapers like the Lever House and suburban campuses of the 1950s and 60s, and culminating in isolated campuses built for tech companies like the new Apple headquarters. This thesis will take the form of a megastructure, which accommodates both Amazon's rapid expansion into a variety of industries and the scale of the program needed, which is thousands of employees. In form, it takes from a long lineage of explorations of this megastructure form, many, which you can see on this page, Graven Eisenman's Jersey Corridor project on the bottom right, Paul Rudolph's Lomex study, or Alan Boutwell's Continuous City project, for example. These are focused on huge buildings, most of them prefabricated, organized around linear highway infrastructure. That's a fascination that's continued through the 90s to today with projects like Asymptote's Steel Cloud in Los Angeles, which is on the bottom middle. Where this thesis breaks with these precedents, however, is in focus and form. To reflect changes in both transportation and urban thinking, this structure will use pedestrian movement as an armature rather than linear automobile movement. In addition, instead of turning its back to the urban fabric around it or replacing the city entirely, as many mid-century megastructures proposed, this new structure will integrate into the existing urban fabric and repair the damages of a car-based age. Pedestrian walkways will reconnect the historical street grid in a layer over disjointed and unfriendly existing streets. The solution reimagines a typology normally reserved and insulated from its surroundings into a method to engaging with the urban environment. So the structure itself bridges the Potomac River in Washington, D.C. between Rosslyn, Virginia, which you can see on the left, and Foggy Bottom, D.C., which you can see on the right. The site combines a significant location next to the National Mall, that's at the bottom there, which in itself is a collection of monuments and celebration of the democratic American nation state, and a series of man-made and natural obstacles. So here you can see the location of the structure relative to the National Mall. The structure is filled in there in pink. The National Mall is outlined in pink as well. You can also see a couple of the highways that the structure bridges. On the left side, Interstate 66, which is called the Custis Freeway on the Virginia side, as well as a series of parkways and highways on the DC side. You can see this also in the diagram here. So a legacy of urban renewal on both sides in both neighborhoods did lead to a series of depressed highways and parkways, which split the street grid into superblocks. You can see that here as well. The superblocks and highways inhibited both north-south and east-west movement through the area for pedestrians. These superblocks, as well as the Potomac River, inhibit pedestrian movement, as I've said, and block movement through the area. However, surrounding the project is an extensive network of regional parks and trails, which provide an opportunity to connect residents to the larger region. The structure itself can be continuously expanded and reconfigured to accommodate the program within it. The program is offices for Amazon, as well as extensive public space divided sectionally. And now the program reflects changing priorities, both on the part of the federal government, especially the current administration, which is looking to constrict the scale of the national government, of the federal government, and local governments as well, which once relied on large government complexes, but are now looking to attract a more diversified economic base as the federal government constricts. 50 years ago, a structure this size would have been filled with federal offices, but after decades of cutbacks to the federal government, this can no longer be the case. In this section perspective here, you can see the separation between the office space on the top and then pedestrian space on the bottom for the public. Here you can see it bridging a natural obstacle, the Potomac River, kind of on the far left, and Teddy Roosevelt Island, just in the middle of the Potomac. Here, passing over a highway and the Potomac River, a highway again, the interior organization of the building, and then finally a section showing the interaction of the different modules as well as circulation space. That is it.
Thank you, Jordan.
Yeah,
Jordan, would you mind going through your couple of sections, accent sections, and explaining in a little more detail where the operations of the company are?
Sure. This one I think shows it pretty well. So the idea is, it's a megastructure, so it's a frame filled with prefabricated pods, and each pod kind of holds either office space, you can see on the left there with the desks, or conference spaces, breakout spaces, the various things you need in a modern office space. And then here you can see that as well, and kind of allows, since it's these pods that can be kind of suspended or reconfigured, it allows for, I think, some pretty interesting interior spaces between the pods for people walking through or for circulation.
What it, you tell us a little bit mechanically how this building operates?
In terms of like the HVAC or?
Yes.
I would assume, I didn't go necessarily into that level of detail with this, but I would assume it would be.
I don't mean like ducts, though. I mean where you're, like kind of conceptually what operates this building.
I'm sorry, I don't understand what you mean by that.
Well, is it you have natural ventilation? Is it mixed with do you have some kind of geothermal capacity since you're on the river? Are you using water in that regard? Are there any big concepts in terms of environmentally, in terms of keeping this building cool?
No, I'm sorry, I didn't really go into that level of detail with like the mechanical side of it. There is a level of kind of a reaction to the environment with, you can see there are louvers on the south side of the building, but not on the north side to, combat solar gain, but I didn't really go into that level of detail with like HVAC or mechanical systems.
So you spoke a little bit about a multiplicity of programs and weaving public space into the project as well. Could you just talk about how your program is distributed and what your goals were there?
A big part of the project is incorporating public space, which would be kind of these pedestrian walkways. I believe you can see it in the plan here a little bit up on the top, kind of extending out from the building to break up the super blocks around the highways. So that would be kind of below the program that would be dedicated to Amazon or the offices, which would be above, kind of more in the pods in the building, like here. And then the pedestrian walkways allow people to kind of move through the building without interacting with what would be kind of a much more secretive program in an Amazon headquarters. They don't, the tech companies don't tend to have very transparent operations. Looking at like the new Apple Park or the new Google headquarters or the new Google offices in London, they tend to be pretty opaque buildings because tech companies don't necessarily want people to look inside their operations or see what they're doing. So I think it's pretty important to have the public space kind of divided sectionally from the more private space.
Is it fair to say that the public interaction with the building is simply at the ground level, correct?
At the lower level of the building itself, and then yes, at the ground level as well.
So I think one of the things that these questions are highlighting is that a series of diagrams would have been helpful to help explain the proposition, right? I simply as a proposition, I love this project. I think that it's a bold, provocative, sort of nation's capital scale move and gesture in the way that we've forgotten.
What's the FBI building?
Large, heroic scale decision to improve the urban design of the city. This sort of Ponte Vecchio model is an equally bold proposition. I think for me, and part of the reason maybe why you're getting such technical questions is because the kind of core proposition is actually really engaging and pretty sound. And I think people are looking for the substance to back it up so that it's seen as more than just a kind of engaging graphic, right? Like, have you really thought through the problems that you're setting up for yourself in approaching the project this way? And, you know, I too have concerns. Mine are kind of, you know, just as sort of mundane as Brad's, you know, HVAC question, which is, you know, when you have a building that stretches, you know, probably, I don't know, half mile or so, how does it? Pardon?
3/4 of a mile, actually. It's pretty long, yeah.
Like how does that one corridor actually manage to, you know, service whatever Amazon's needs are going to be, right? And is this something that allows you to incorporate vehicular transportation in there so that the kind of servicing of the building and Amazon's needs are seamlessly integrated into the whole proposition, right? And I think those kinds of things just make the design direction stronger and you know, kind of more resolute.
Okay. But Casey, I would expect that the biggest political question in the equation is which foot, whether it's DC or Roslyn, is the street address. I'm sure the mayor would be interested in the tax incentives related to which side is the address.
Well, that was part of it was, you know, I think Amazon did, I didn't mention this, but I mean, Amazon did decide to put their new headquarters, or, you know, HQ2 in Northern Virginia. But a big reason for that was because was because they did want to, you know, step up lobbying efforts and, you know, increase pressure on the federal government to, you know, do whatever they want to do, right? So part of, I think, the symbolism of this is, you know, bridging Northern Virginia, which is typically more oriented towards like military applications, which, I mean, Amazon's gone towards with something like SpaceX or not SpaceX, sorry, their own, I forgot the name of it, their space company, or, but also, you know, the lobbying effort and the political side of this on the DC end of it.
My question is, I mean, I'm looking at the sort of site plan where you've highlighted the Amazon, you know, the building and then the mall and everything. And my concern, while I think it's an interesting proposal, it's very bold. I'm interested in your thoughts on how this engages with the. I'm concerned that sort of lower level, at that ground plane where you're really engaging the public, and how that interweaves with the, you know, the pedestrian nature of the mall. I mean, you've got, like, you know, maybe one of the most significant places in the United States as far as a public space to engage the people in DC. And I'm concerned that, you know, Amazon and that sort of statement in the midst of all of these kinds of, you know, national monuments and stuff, I feel like in some ways turns its back a little bit on the public. I mean, I realize you've raised the building off the and created a public plaza under there, but I feel like that I just want to understand a little bit more your thoughts about the way that public engagement and the way it weaves into this very significant landmark area, and how you kind of deal with the way the public interacts with this. I'm just concerned about that a bit.
Well, I mean, it's not necessarily on the National Mall. It's more kind of to the north. And it's kind of in this landscape where there isn't, like, I mean, the National Mall obviously is a very, you know, significant, you know, example of urban design in this country, the City Beautiful movement. But the north of it and south of it is kind of a landscape of this like 60s era highways, you know, not megastructures, but like kind of these large complexes, a lot of inwardly facing buildings. So.
Can you go back to your site plan?
You know, so I'm kind of working in an environment where there isn't a lot of urbanism. So a big part of, or a big challenge of this was to kind of provide kind of a traditional street grid or a traditional kind of pedestrian, or some semblance at least of a pedestrian infrastructure in an area where there wasn't much of one. So I think, you know, I could have maybe looked at the pedestrian experience a little bit more, definitely, especially, you know, going across, you know, a half mile of this or 3/4 of a mile of this. But I mean, I think symbolically, it definitely incorporates with the National Mall, I think, you know, kind of on the monumental scale. But in terms of an urbanist perspective, maybe not as much.
Jordan, why did you decide to work with modular elements? I mean, why are you working with these pods? Would you imagine, I mean, you get another technology question here, but did you imagine, do you want to build it very quickly, or do you assume that it's cheaper, faster, and more sustainable, or why did you pick that kind of construction?
Well, I mean, the way this thesis kind of originated was as a way to either cover or bridge highways. That was more what my thesis document was about. So the origination of the megastructure idea was more as a way to, you know, the idea that highways are, you know, huge. There's thousands of miles of them in American cities, and the idea of, you know, one building can't really sufficiently cover a significant amount of highway space. So the megastructure would be a way to, I think, more cheaply and more quickly build a large building and then also spread it more easily over a highway. So that was kind of the original genesis of this, and then the program kind of came later.
I just want to be clear, is this site plan that we're looking at, this doesn't have your building on the site plan?
No, sorry, this is the
so I think,
building.
Okay.
I think it could have been.
Well, if you're going to prefab it, I guess you could just have it sent out in Amazon boxes, right? And then have a conveyor belt run across.
Yeah, deliver it by drone.
So given that was the impetus for the thesis, did you look at any I mean, the entire river condition and the bridging of the Potomac is all infrastructure.
Yes.
Did you look at any options that may have addressed existing infrastructure rather than introducing something that is completely divorced from existing infrastructure?
In terms of like reusing existing infrastructure, or more of like an infrastructural solution to this?
Well, you started by saying that the thesis initially had to do with, you know, we've got all these open roadways or freeways.
Sure, yeah.
Starting with the idea that that this would cover existing infrastructure, which you have a ton of, right?
Yes.
Along the waterfront and the bridges and, you know, the existing conditions. Mm-hmm. Did you look at any design proposals that tried to address that?
Like existing design proposals, or like from?
No, you've introduced this this kind of utopian connection of, I'm not sure what street we're looking at, F Street, or I guess
it's F Street, yeah.
Across the river as a new bridge, but it's not a vehicular bridge. It's somewhat maybe a pedestrian way to connect. Mm-hmm. You know, just to the south, you have two bridges on either side of the Potomac. You have freeways that run along the water's edge. I'm just wondering, given the fact that you stated your thesis was an attempt to think about how we could utilize existing infrastructure. It's a surprise that this doesn't engage existing infrastructure other than to extend F Street across the river.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think part of it is at least both bridges actually are pretty inhospitable to pedestrians. The one right below it is the Teddy Roosevelt Bridge. That's carries an interstate over, and it does have a pedestrian walkway, but it's not particularly comfortable or wide, or it's right next to cars going 60 miles an hour. Then Memorial Bridge as well below that is not a highway, but doesn't really go from one place to another in the same way that my proposal will. So I could have, I guess, widened those pedestrian walkways or incorporated them into this a little bit, but I did incorporate the structure itself into regional trails that do incorporate or do connect to those pedestrian walkways. So I guess that's a little bit of what you're talking about.
Jordan, what do you feel you have accomplished with where you are right now with the proposal? What do you feel it resolves at this point?
In terms of like on an urban level, I think it does resolve, as I've said before, a lot of urban barriers, highways, the way that highways, influence urban design, natural barriers. I think that's more the direction of the project that I think has really been resolved, I think, well.
Would you just mind running through your slides again really quickly?
Sure. The design slides are more of the theory slides.
Looking at the theory slides, right? We had a lot of discussions about, what you're looking at, right? In terms of, precedents, right? Other scenarios where people have thought similarly about larger structures, right? The implementation or the connection of power to large structure, right? And the connection of large structures to existing infrastructure. And then we had discussed that, with, how you need to tackle it is something you need to take this knowledge, right? And, kind of repackage it for the, like the current scenario and the context you're existing in. So where do you feel your proposal is setting itself apart, or taking this to the next level?
I think it's the difference between, a lot of these, you can see on the slide, a lot of these precedents were based around, what was kind of the in vogue transportation of the day, which was cars. A lot of these came from the mid 1960s, where that was kind of the prevailing idea of how people would travel. And I think since then, in the last 40, 50 years, that pendulum has kind of swung back to pedestrian movement and a more pedestrian oriented experience. And so I think my proposal kind of differs from this. It uses roughly the same technology, but it differs from this by orienting itself more towards pedestrians rather than cars, and tries to, heal some of the problems that came from this over reliance on cars. So I think that's how it kind of advances it rather than, just repeats it.
And would you mind just going through the rest of your slides again?
Sure.
We also have discussed growth strategies or expansion strategies for the structure. It doesn't seem like you had the time to pick up on that, or do we see that somewhere?
I mean,
I might have missed that.
Yeah, here I'm talking a little bit about the expansion strategies of, you know, adding a frame, adding prefabricated modules to it.
But you know, like somebody brought up, you know, the politics, right, and you know, the political scenario that, due to the context, certainly is something that is, you know, deeply connected with the proposal. So I think expansion also would have to be informed by right, the context, right, in terms of you know, we already talked about, you know, two different sides, or you know, like you know, areas of government or districts, right? So wouldn't expansion be then informed about those you know, local you know, governances, right, or distinctions, right, in terms of where you grow? Wouldn't those be in a way the political decisions?
Yeah, sure, definitely. I mean, that would definitely, you know, since it's such kind of significant part of both the region and you know, the country as a whole, that would definitely be kind of a thought situation if they had to expand this, or I mean, to build it in general. You know, it's regular projects take years to complete in this area, so you know, something this bold would definitely be or you know, this big would be definitely a pretty political, you know, statement, and a pretty political you know, process.
Where would you take this project if you were to move it forward, Jordan?
I think looking at ways that it could, you know, expand in other, I think expanding in other directions, and maybe looking at other programs that could fill it. Looking at ways, you know, I don't think, I think I could.
What do you mean by other programs?
You know, how would this work in, you know, more of a mundane situation, maybe apartments, mixed use, you know, government is something, you know, we've definitely talked about before. But then also, you know, how would this respond in maybe, you know, closer to the mall, if it expanded closer to the mall, looking at how it could incorporate with, you know, a much more classical environment, and a much more, you know, formal environment, I think would be interesting. Just looking at the different ways it could kind of incorporate into the city.
I know you talked about how this is needed in terms of a private-public initiative in regards to the politics and money and so forth, but you know, going through this once more time and looking at your slides, this strikes me as Amazon's headquarters. It doesn't strike me as a public building. And it really looks like a headquarters for a major corporation that is running an assembly line. And I think what's lacking for me is an engagement in terms of what the public experience would be in this building. You're not conveying that. You may be talking about it, but you're not conveying it.
Okay. So like incorporating more perspectives of what that experience would be, maybe, or, you know, giving an idea of what. Yeah,
and also, you know, in terms of what has to, you know, I brought up the mechanical thing, not because I'm asking you for details of what the mechanical is, but I'm asking you for a concept of strategy, because you've got a 3/4 mile long building, and how are you going to deal with the environment of that building? And so in terms of adding these modular things on there, you have to have some concept structurally as well as mechanically in terms of how you're going to bring fresh air to these areas, or what are the public spaces? How are you going to deal with a severe heat and humidity problem in DC while having open public spaces? These are issues that you don't have to deal with in terms of detail of engineering, but it should be part of your concept. And you're not, and looking at the building, you want to have some type of experience in terms of what that public experience is, where I'm not sensing what that is. I'm seeing a huge monumental bridge of occupied space. And if it's something that you're arguing that is about bridging the public to the private, then you really need to demonstrate that visually.
Okay.
And I think to build on that, it's clear that your interest was in developing a kind of monumental identity. But this notion of other programs fitting in, this is a very different proposal if you think that this is, say, a commercial office building that is occupied by hundreds of different companies versus the corporate identity of a firm like Amazon. And so how does this represent that company to the public? How does the public engage it? There's a whole set of questions that are, I think, what we're trying to understand your position on, right? And how you insert this into an urban environment. What are the conditions of that level of engagement? And this is representing the identity of a single company and how they want to be seen by the public. So I think those are all very interesting questions that it would be important. I mean, Brad's asking technical things, but they also have to do with perception and identity of this corporate entity, right? So it's a multivalent set of questions.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I'm not sure it's necessarily a headquarters that Amazon would want, I guess. I mean, I think a lot of what Amazon is trying to project in its architecture, if you look at like its headquarters in Seattle or its headquarters, what they're actually going to build in Crystal City in Northern Virginia is a lot more, at least on its surface, a lot more democratic and a lot more open. That's the image they're trying to project. But, I think this kind of looks at what, Amazon maybe not really is, but like what the end result of a lot of their ideas and their projects are, which is, they're not a particularly democratic or open company. They're very secretive. They're very, maybe not necessarily always a good thing for the communities they enter or for the people that they deal with.
So your point is they blend in Washington?
Sorry, what?
I said, so your point is that they would blend in Washington?
Yeah. I mean, not sure I want to go there, but it maybe isn't the most,
But that does make this a political proposal, right?
I think in a lot of ways it is, yeah.
There's no way around it. I think it's no way around it, where the fact that it's where it is and where your proposal is. I think you can't avoid that conversation.
No, and I mean the whole HQ2 process / debacle was always a pretty political process, even without incorporating a pretty significant location right next to the Capitol, right? It's thousands of different municipalities were competing for this. And a big reason that, DC or, the DC region ended up getting selected was because of politics, was because they could influence the federal government a lot more effectively. Jeff Bezos already owns the Washington Post. He already has a pretty significant presence in DC in terms of, he bought, I think it was like a $26 million mansion in DC, to establish kind of a presence in DC already.
I mean, there's definitely a dark way of looking at that whole Amazon effort. I mean, there are a lot of people who believe that he always intended to locate it in Washington anyway, but that the competition between the cities was just a mechanism for them to get basically the development plans of every US city as part of the process, right? And whether that was the intention or just an unintended consequence, it is the reality of what happened, right? City after city turned over their plans to Amazon. I think that building on the comments, of course, this is political, right? You're essentially co-opting what is currently private or publicly accessible space, publicly owned space for private use. Part of what I think is the most engaging aspect of this is just the wall that it creates on the Potomac, and the piece where it touches down on Roosevelt Island, right? So Roosevelt Island is this sort of oasis within the city that's completely removed. You can only access it from one point, and even then it's not particularly easy to get to. The idea of this bridge suddenly slamming through and providing potentially a lot of pedestrian access to it, but also, thinking about it from a formal standpoint of this bridge through nature, and how does the building actually, how does the building respond to that? Does it use that to draw nature back into the city? Does it create a special destination within that kind of forested realm? I think that there's the potential to create a lot of different, for lack of a better term, neighborhoods along the length of this bridge that are actually responsive to the context in which they're in.
Sure.
You may have already done that. I'll go back to the issue of the diagrams. I think that if you have, it's hard to assess because that granularity isn't there in any kind of diagrammatic form.
Yeah, I think that would be definitely a good next step to take. But also, I think it is, interesting to think about the way that this would interact with, what is definitely a lot of public space along the river. In terms of, it's definitely not unknown for multinational corporations to take over public space to serve their own needs. And I think there's definitely a little bit of that in this, in that Amazon is such a powerful corporation and promising so many jobs that local governments are willing to give up, basically whatever to be able to get it, right?
Well, if we can sell our national parks to oil companies, right, for fracking, we can certainly sell the public space in Washington to a corporate headquarters looking to make.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, that makes it clear that this and there's no way around the political nature of the conversation about this.
Oh, 100%, yeah.
Possible.
I mean, there definitely wasn't there was a city in Atlanta that was willing to rename itself to Amazon to be able to get the Amazon headquarters. I mean, it doesn't get more political than that, right? They're willing to completely rehash their identity to just base it around this one corporate headquarters.
Can I ask something from Germany? I mean,
sure.
Clearly Amazon is the big winner of the Corona era, right? I mean, how do we talk about it in the States? I mean, here in Germany, I think that while I was already using Amazon and Amazon Fresh, not a lot of people used it because we're really backwards digitally. Like whenever I'm not on the screen, by the way, my internet breaks down. I mean, it's really insane. We are not in the age of digitalization. But how do you guys discuss Amazon? I mean, in terms of Corona.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely, they're one of the few companies that have benefited from this current situation. When a lot of them, I think both in that, people are now using them more than ever to deliver things, to, engage with the outside world, but also a lot of their competitors, I've been reading about, a lot of their competitors are just getting slammed by this, any sort of traditional retail, I think, especially with a lot of kind of teetering companies like J. Crew are just going to get, this might be it for a lot of those kind of traditional mall-centric retailers that are competing with Amazon right now. So I definitely think they did.
Just assume that they're going to use this crisis to start delivering with drones more or whatever. Do you think they need a big headquarter like that? Or will they simply be a big logistics center with people in home offices, asking the logistic people to wrap up stuff?
I mean, possibly, it could, I guess, recalibrate to face that reality. But there will be, no matter what, there is going to be, there would have to be thousands of employees to coordinate the drones, manufacture. The entire logistical side, isn't solved by drones by themselves. There would still have to be trucks and houses
There
and
are
have
your
an entire supply chain.
There are your trucks. That's what
For the sake of time, we still have two other presentations.
Yes.
I think
Sure,
we
sure.
need to move on. Thank you, Jordan, for
All right,
the
thank you very much.
presentation.
All right.
Yeah, I think
Thank
it's
you.
Isabella and Anna are next.
All right.
Jordan, I think it's important to point out that, like the focus on the Amazon headquarters, although it came a little maybe in the process, but it's something that really requires some more working out, right? The question in regards to trucks, or whether this is a logistics center or what really happens in this building, I think is a really important one, and needs more resolution in order to sell this, as a to give this really a purpose. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So that's just something to think about moving forward. Okay.
All right. Well, thank you guys.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anna and Isabella.
Yes.
Hello.
Hello, everybody. Good morning. Thank you for virtually being here. Can everybody see the screen?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I am Isabella.
And I'm Anna, and our thesis is titled Architecture of Liberation, where we are developing a system of spatial conditions for protection, transition, and growth.
So our thesis focuses on shelters for women and children survivors of domestic abuse. The shelters first appear with the women's liberation movement in the 1970s. They were run by volunteers in apartments or single-family houses owned or rented by volunteers. And other than the institutionalization of shelters, not much has changed until today. In other words, the majority of shelters today still exist in single-family houses that have been renovated to accommodate more women and children.
Sorry to interrupt. Can you make your presentation full screen, please?
Yeah.
It is in full screen.
You might be sharing the wrong screen. Oh.
Mm-hmm.
You have to open, yeah.
Okay. Okay. So our thesis studies this typology and proposes a new one where the component of security is represented by the architectural element of wall or boundary, and it serves as a spatial organizer and as a regulator between public and private areas. And in addition, this new typology would be addressing the third stage of healing that women and children go through after escaping an abusive situation, which is the reconnection to community. Doing so by implementing a public component to the programmatic arrangement of a shelter, instead of only addressing stages 1 and 2 that are the ones being addressed by the shelters today. So this conceptual diagram shows how the boundary would be a continuous element that holds the other programmatic volumes, and the location of these volumes in relation to the boundary determines the level of privacy and security. And this element can change to accommodate different levels of privacy, or have the volumes change to adapt to different types of site conditions, like a corner lot site or an infill site. And then finally, we did explorations of having this conceptual diagram loop completely to create this central space for its main gathering.
So the diagrams above show analysis of the boundary as a thickened condition. This analysis is based on our present research, in which we established 3 main criteria, which were the sense of security, sense of privacy, and sense of connectivity, and that those were the criteria that we were looking for in these different wall conditions. And then the diagrams on the bottom are showing different moments that we wanted to incorporate in our thesis, where the users would have direct connection with nature. Although this thesis is not intended to be site-specific, for the purpose of testing it, we decided to pick a site, and we did it in a developing country, which is Panama. We picked an existing shelter, the site of an existing shelter in the city. This site is mostly surrounded by residential and industrial buildings. The picture on the bottom, you can see the existing house that has been adapted to be the shelter today. And here you can see the form of the site. It's a comparison between the diagrammatic plan of the existing house, single family house, and on the right you can see the proposal of our thesis. This bird's eye view is showing the boundary as the continuous element throughout the whole site. And it mainly shows that we have divided the program in 3 main volumes. First being the main entrance and the offices, and then the bigger volume would be the housing component, and then the other volume is the family center. There's 2 moments where the boundary goes through the volume, which is in the family center and in the entrance in the security checkpoint.
So these are the different ways in which the boundary represents in the proposal, creating different levels of privacy and security, or holding and celebrating vertical circulation. In the ground floor, you can see the continuous wall elements starting with shaping a threshold for the entrance, then opening up to create a semi-private corridor, and continue to hold the volume of the housing and holding its vertical circulation, and then detaching itself from the housing volume to create another more private corridor, then completely surrounding and shaping the volume of the nursery, and finally going through the family center to have completely private spaces destined only for the occupants of the shelter, and holding service and circulation for the public part of the family center. And then the upper floors hold the offices, library of the family center, and then bedrooms for the shelter.
And then here in section A, you can see where the boundary inside the family center is functioning as a hallway. And then you can see the boundary that we have named wall type B, which is the one that makes the semi-private corridor at the beginning. And then in section B, you can see wall type C, which is the boundary that makes up the nursery, and then wall type F, which is where the boundary inside the family center becomes the main stair. Also, this in the housing, the volumes above are hovering over the boundary on the ground floor of wall type C. And then this section perspective in here, it shows where we decided to create a double facade that would make up balconies for the bedrooms, and that way the users would have a direct relationship and interaction with the main garden in the middle of the proposal. And then these vignettes shows that semi-private courtyard that leads towards the entrance of the housing component. And this one shows the boundary in that boundary that creates the private courtyard in the back part of the housing. And then here you can see again the boundary creating this nursery protected space dedicated for the children, and then the main garden in the middle. And then here it's where the boundary goes through the family center, and it's the leading stairs towards the library.
Yeah,
that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Could you go back to your?
Thank you.
Could you go back to your floor plan slide?
Yes.
And what is the first front? What is the first front entry? Is it 11 or 1?
1. It's the reception and check-in for the shelter.
But then 11 is the entrance to the family center.
Mm-hmm.
So your boundary in terms of security is more through the plan than it is at the entry of the building. Is that kind of the gist of it? So your perforated walls and separations that you have through the building, is that more of an issue of privacy in terms of different functions or security between the different functions?
Yes, yeah, because the boundary, actually it's like people have to go through the boundary in order to get into the shelter. And the boundary changes depending on how private the space is or not.
Yeah, I think what might have helped address this question is perhaps a coding of the difference between a programmatic space that was intended to be public, maybe being a different color than the color you chose for the private. I think your diagrams, the early setup of the project that showed this boundary and then showed things sliding over and beyond was very clear and very compelling.
Mm-hmm.
I think the entire setup of the thesis is fantastic, and to be honest, the resolution of the architectural proposal is equally strong. I think we have a lot of questions about how it operates, but you've ended up with a very sophisticated resolution of this particular problem that you've described. So I think we want to understand a little bit more about how it operates, though, and that might be where some of the questions are going to emerge.
Feel free to use the annotation tool if you would like to
Yeah.
sketch over any of the drawings. Under view options, you have annotation tool that you can use to draw over the presentation.
I love
Yeah, I think what's really intriguing is the notion where this line between public and private begins to blur. And maybe that's something that we don't see in the diagramming, right? You have a very clear dividing line between those two, but in reality, there's probably a high degree of overlap and permeability and kind of semi-public or semi-private space that gets described in your in the way in which you're representing the project. And that's a very interesting condition.
Yeah,
I think this is a great slide where you see some of that, where, like the courtyard, where the wall splits in two, becomes this interior space, while it's, an exterior space at the same time.
Could you describe what your public is? Not what your public space is, but who is your public? In other words, isn't security a big issue in a facility like this?
Yes. So the occupants would be, on one hand, of course, the women and children in the shelter, also workers and volunteers of the shelter. But since we included the family center, it would be open to the entire community, and it is completely separated from the shelter component, but it is intended to be an opportunity for the occupants of the shelter to relate back to the community and have interactions in a safe manner within the project. So we have classrooms and auditorium space and a library space and individual classroom space for addressing bringing awareness of domestic violence and family health. So, yeah.
So I just want to follow up on that one more time, because in terms of, I'm trying to figure out who would you allow in to, for instance, the courtyard and what you're designating as public spaces, because it wouldn't be anybody in general in the community, would it?
No, it would be open for families,
For
so
the
men and
families.
women would be allowed. But
the shelter component and the main garden, this area is mostly for the users of the shelter. The only place that would be completely public to everyone else would be mostly in the family center component, which is here. So this garden, it's mostly for the women in the shelter and their families if they're visiting.
And how do you ensure in this focal point, because in the floor plan, it looks like really the focal point, and at the same time as a meditation garden in your diagram, it was supposed to provide privacy. And there's sort of, maybe it does, but I would like to understand it better because it seems like a focal point in the floor plan, and at the same time it calls for some quietness and privacy. How do you ensure that with your system of walls, etc.? We could have imagined that this meditation garden, whether you look within yourself and within a sort of more peripheral, silent, remote area, how do you combine this centrality on the floor plan and the fact that you feel like on your own, almost alone in such a place?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yeah, I said on your diagrams before, garden 16, if I'm not mistaken, is the meditation garden, which in your diagrams before the page with the diagrams required quite rightfully a certain level of privacy, of loneliness for meditation. And on the other hand, it seems to be a focal point in your floor plan, whereas we could have expected it to be in a sort of more remote peripheral area. So how do you, throughout your system of differentiated walls, how do you ensure this level of privacy in what seems to be the center, the focus of attention?
We included an element that we called meditation pots in the main garden that later developed to be basically a space for planting and seeding, but this idea of a specific space in the garden, a purpose for meditation would be the most, isolated in my opinion.
At the same time, it's an open space with balconies looking over, and I wanted to be sure that there was no contradiction and that maybe you had played with your systems of porous walls, etc. I was a little curious about that, but that's not absolutely, that's not so important. Just a question.
Right. I think if you go back to your plan, you have a housing garden as well that would seem to imply that it's more private versus a meditation garden. And I think that's the question of the layering of public, semi-public, or semi-private, and then private that the program needs to be organized in so that questions such as Eve's is addressed in the planning, right?
So if I understand correctly, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Casey, I'll follow you.
Oh, I was just gonna say, if I understand correctly, you generated your own program, is that right?
Yes.
You determined the spaces that you need. So, I think that it seems like the proposition of the wall and the way in which spaces are captured and framed and enclosed by the wall is a really good proposition and a really interesting study, and I think nicely done. I would agree with Steve, very nicely done in the diagrams on the previous page. The kind of programmatic functioning of how all of that comes together doesn't seem to have a kind of rigor that we would expect. And I don't mean rigor in terms of, you know, everything has to be highly rational, but the previous question about the garden actually made me think about the Alhambra, right? Which I think in many ways, the Alhambra is a series of kind of walled spaces. There was the separation of men and women in those, you know, in that traditionally Moorish environment. And yet I think it's maybe a good example for you to look at how you, in a sophisticated way, bring together this idea of the wall, of the open space and the enclosed space, and the private restricted space, and the semi-public space, right? And for me, the most difficult portion of the whole project is actually the entry, because I feel like there are two places where your whole sort of proposition about the wall fall apart. One is the side door that you kind of go through between space 1 and space 2, right? I really feel like if you have this idea of a kind of walled utopia, that you would find a more sophisticated way of going from the public side to the enclosed side. And then the other is that where the stair is located in space 1, the wall, at least as it's shown in this plan, just dead ends into the side of that structure. And I really feel like, you know, it should have been conceived of perhaps more like a castle keep, right, where that entire 1 and 2 space is a walled enclosure, right?
Yeah.
Well, go ahead.
Are you talking about this stair? Because the whole area number 1 is not necessarily part of the shelter, since it's open to the public, but workers would be the ones using these stairs to go up to the offices where the security space would be and a view of the entire shelter.
Yeah, all I'm saying is that I think that piece, which is such a critical knuckle for the project, is not very well resolved yet, right? You've got a bunch of different audiences or people who are being serviced by this community coming to it and through it, and it's actually a not so graciously resolved space.
I couldn't agree more. I think that your program and your research and your development of the program on your own is not only needed, but a really good program. And what you've done is you've taken and made sure that all those program components are in there, but it's not done in a way that seems to be holistic. You know, I think Alhambra is a perfect example, or any Renaissance kind of palazzo. I don't mean the palazzo in Las Vegas. I mean the palazzo's over in Italy. But that whole sequence of entry is that I think it really isn't a public space to the community. It's a public space in terms of the users. And I think when you come in, you have to have a sense that once you go through the front gate or the front door, which in some way should be like when a woman passes through there and that gate closes, that she's safe in that entire community. She's safe in that community, that all of a sudden she has a refuge, and all these other program parts serve certain components of what you've developed in the program in terms of counseling, in terms of infant care, in terms of pregnancy and prenatal care and so forth. But the idea that in terms of, you know, the experiential of coming through a door or a gate, into this public space, which is really not public to the community, but public to the people that function there, and also the people that are guests there, I think is what is kind of missing. You have all the program parts, but you don't have the sense of grandeur and safety and security when you walk in that front door. And it's an organizational thing more than anything else.
I think all those are really valid comments, and I want to say I think that the presentation itself is really well put together. I mean, the graphics of it are really beautiful. The story is really well told, and I think you've got some really compelling ideas here. And I also commend you for kind of exploring a topic that is so important and needed, and how powerful architecture can be in this issue that we have here. So I commend you for that, because I think it's a really important topic and a really important thing that I think architecture can support really well. And I think you've done some really great ideas. Mike, one of my questions is, you know, I agree with some of the comments from Casey and Brad a bit about how the organization is and how you've developed the program. I'm curious on I love your diagrams of the way they separate the public and private. And looking at it, I'm interested in what your thought is on the way the building engages with the ground. It's really like, you know, it's a very singular notion. Your building is sitting on the ground and there's no real engagement. I'm wondering if there's any thought, like all your sections, that the building is just sitting on the ground, if there's any kind of thoughts of the way you kind of organize the public and private and the way it engages with the ground. I think there might be some opportunity for exploration in that as well. I'm just wondering if you have any thoughts about that.
I mean, considering the site, there wasn't really any special ground condition. There is a river over here and a slight slope, but we, other than consider that slope, we didn't really engage with the ground floor. We talked about having basement conditions, but they didn't make it to the final.
I just wonder if there might be some continued exploration in the way you know, you continue to evolve these sectional aspects that you've got that I think are really elegant in the way that spaces are connecting to one another, that it may be able to transcend itself down below the ground plane in some places.
Yeah, definitely that's something we moving forward with the project, with something we would check out and explore.
Yeah, we talked about how this, like in our thesis, we consider that the proposal can be further developed, but also on the other hand, maybe the conceptual aspect can be further developed too. So having this diagrams explored in a different scale or vertically maybe, and considering the ground floor and so.
Okay.
I think that your topic is very meaningful, especially right now where all the shelters are pretty much full and more than full. I don't want to be the pragmatic one here, but do you have a plan of the upper levels where the women will live with their children?
Yes.
Yeah, because you were going very fast, so they don't have their own rooms. They live in bigger spaces, or?
Yes.
Yes, it's separated in a room for pregnant women and then a room for newly mothers and then transitional rooms.
Okay.
Which is how the current existing shelter divides the occupants.
Yeah, based on our site visit, when we went to the existing shelter and we talked with the director of the shelter, the decision of not creating individual rooms was because talking with her, she mentioned how it's still important for them to have that they form like families between them. So it's important to have them live with the other women that are going through the same experience as they are.
Okay, that's interesting. I mean, you know, I just know the ones here, and they have like these little cubicles. So I think that's a very interesting. It's a very interesting idea that you're in a community, and I want to congratulate you. I think that your permeable, semi-permeable, or the proposal for the walls, they're fascinating. I mean, everybody said it already. You could have pushed it further by, you know, leading the people along the way. But I think that your diagrams are really nice, and that's all I have to say, because I think most of it was said already.
One question on this plan, the spaces in the Family Center 24, 22, 23, those spaces are public, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So they're intended to be spaces where the family member comes and the woman in the shelter is able to spend time with the family. Is that accurate? How are those used?
So this space 24 and 22 are spaces for the library. So in here, we're intended to, create that moment where it blends between the users and the public, that because the public would have access to this library, and then the users also would have the access, thinking that they are taking classes, they will need to use the resources of the library, also having, if possible, having the visiting of their families. So yes.
So that's an interesting opportunity because it establishes a new threshold, right? There's a new threshold that gets, that blurs the boundary between the public and the private. So it's very clear how the public gets to that space. Could you describe how a woman in the shelter then interacts and engages with somebody at that level? What's the means by which that occurs? You might have to go to the ground floor.
Yeah, on the ground floor. These two rooms are only accessible to the occupants of the shelter, but somehow there would be an access only for the use of the women and children to access the family center without the need to go outside and use the regular public entrance.
That's Isabella, I think that's kind of, there would be, that's a way to,
yes.
a good way to put it. And probably that's the place where many of the questions that have been asked should be resolved. And maybe the library is a very special kind of library, and because this strategy of the wall is like a castle, no? So the most important point of the castle is how you open the door and how you cross the pit, no? Right. So that's this point of interface, and you're not gonna do that. But what's the design of the bridge that communicates the inside and the outside, and a kind of semi-public space like what you begin to hint here is probably a great way to explore it. Although it's not yet solved. I think I really enjoyed and I agree with everything that has been said, and the strategy of the wall. This thesis is a project. I'm not sure about what the thesis statement is, but it's a project that is really interesting, and in that sense, I think it makes it gives you the opportunity of what a thesis should. That is a kind of a springboard for you to your next steps in the career, because I think if you take seriously the architecture that you are proposing and you refine it, maybe looking at studying a little bit more. there are probably a number of references, but I can imagine Álvaro Sisa, or I can imagine Martínez La Peña or Josep Ginás, to really understand the language of the architecture that you are proposing and the capacity of this architecture to adapt to different situations and be more clear in the language, because the wall sometimes seems so important and sometimes the wall disappears and is not really, is not doing everything that it could. I think it could do more in different facades. And I think your vignettes of the different typologies of the wall explain this well, and I'm not sure if they are fully explored in the final resolution, but that's not that important. So I think if you understand well what is the move that you are doing and how sophisticated formally your architecture can be with this strategy, with this compositional and architectural strategy, I think you can go a lot further. And I think you, in a year from now, you should come back to the school to show two things. One is a real shelter that you have developed with a municipality or an association, and two, a competition that you have won or at least submitted with this architectural system or compositional system that may or may not be any shelter or whatever. But I think you actually could really use this for your professional career in a serious way if you dive a little bit more to understand what you have done and to really sharpen your knife of the potential of this, that now I'm not sure how intuitive and how conscious you are.
Mm-hmm.
Seconded.
What I really enjoyed about working with you on this is, first of all, it's an architectural project. So it's the scale of an architecture, and taking an architectural device, which is the wall. You started with the idea for the program. You didn't have, the site came later, but then how you moved from the idea of the program to the architecture in creating this device, which is the wall, that is an architectural device we use almost in a banal way, and you were able to extract a very deliberate way of making an architecture out of it, to me is really interesting. I agree with some of the comments that the project is not always successful in every corner, like what Casey said at the beginning in the entrance, or where Eve mentioned the courtyard. But that's okay, because it's this is something where you're still maturing, and this is a great idea that you can, as Iñaki mentioned, keep pushing forward, and you should not stop at this point. And that, to me, that's what makes it a great thesis. When when Iñaki says you should sharpen your knives, you should come back in a year, that is great, and that is true, and you should definitely do that. This is the type of project that you do not stop working on today, but this is just the beginning of many years of and projects of investigation. So congratulations, great work, well done.
Right. Yeah, I agree with all that, the commentary and the recommendations. This is a project, and I think that's where you kind of intuitively started with, and in discussions and over your work over the semester, you were able to kind of backpedal and revisit kind of potential underlying conditions that would allow the project to gain richness. Again, it might not have been fully solved in all areas and territories, but identifying the thickened wall as an opportunity for this type of program, and thinking about the threshold condition right, as an opportunity again to disseminate and distribute the program and orchestrate circulation, I think is a really great start and can be taken quite far. Now that you take a break and look at what you've done, I think you will be able to identify those opportunities yourselves. So great work and beautifully presented project. And it was really great to work with both of you this semester. This year, I should say.
So much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. I think we should move on to the next project.
Yeah, we have Hannah next.
Hannah.
Mara, I just have to ask you a detailed question. Are you going to break for like an hour or so?
No, wait, just keep on going all day.
After this project, we will break for 2 hours actually. So we will reconvene at 2 hour time, Central Time. It might be a different time but just this project, and then we have it should be about
maybe more like an hour and a half.
Okay, great. I just have to run over to my office for a bit. So
okay.
Thank you for your time today. My name is Hannah, and the bulk of this thesis was conducted in collaboration with Luna Eaton Sharon. This presentation represents a branch that attaches to our collective efforts. Both projects stem from notions of suburbia, with the emphasis of this project bridging into the realm of digital suburbia. This thesis investigates the relationship between architecture and domesticity. Its research begins at the scale of suburban patterns and zooms inward further and further until it reaches the extents of the screen. At each stage, it questions to what extent the spaces presented can be considered consensual. Consensual space is present when public and private spheres intersect to work in concert, giving users the agency to control their visual and physical accessibility to others. Effectively, this can be summarized as the ability to reveal or conceal oneself. We begin with the suburb, a monotonous array of flat facades and plans. Appearing the same, homes lose their identity's relevance to their occupants, leaving only the names of their seeming streets to differentiate them. Typically, the suburb lays around the periphery of cities, with their urban centers serving as their cognitive frame of reference. By reinterpreting the massing strategies to combine homes and welcome circulation within the block, we can reinterpret the suburb to embrace a collective neighborhood identity, emphasizing the occupants. Interventions and envelope conditions can connect homes through their perimeters to encourage interactions between neighbors. At the residential scale, the application of thresholds and apertures increases physical and visual access, while also increasing the capacity for neighborhood surveillance, while maintaining the ability of owners to modify their opacity. Overall, the addition of both elements increases spatial depth and reveals vibrancy beyond the front facade. Peripheral envelope conditions serve as the main site for aperture and threshold interventions, with the goal of connecting neighbors through the interstice between their separate interiors. In effect, this redirects the suburban grid's emphasis towards the interior of the block, eroding programmatic divisions between house and neighborhood. To begin designing, one can carve massing strategies by deriving forms from interaction. Circulation becomes the armature, provoking collisions between participants. With interactions guiding, we can begin to reinterpret the suburban grid with softer boundaries and more layers, building the disparity between public and private. The neighborhood becomes a gradient. By slipping facades beyond one another, the identity of internal occupants becomes obscured or misconstrued. This reduces notions of ownership, further enforcing the proposed collective identity. In addition, the multiplicity produced by shifting physical and visual access blurs notions of public and private acts, encouraging reinterpreting social norms and customs. In Merleau-Ponty's spatial theories, people incorporate the external elements they interact with into their perception of their physical bodies. By having greater visual access to their neighbors, people begin to perceive their extended visual environments into their immediate tactile space with physical bounds, incorporating those seen into their sense of self. Viewing the body as an active spatial influence merges its architectural role with that of apertures and thresholds. Interpretations of action directs conversations about the body towards the relationship it has with form, while creating a dialogue with it that is specific to each user experience. When gaze and gesture are viewed as construction lines, the human figure can both sculpt and receive space. While reducing the body to its physicality attributes a formal language to it, considering it in its context imbues semantic narratives relative to their proprioceptive positions. Now we enter the digital suburbia. Represented as the smallest scale of aperture, the screen pixelates our personal interactions, using a mathematical grid to guide choreography, arraying us with repetition that mirrors the suburban meter. Treating the spatial arrangements of people similar to the way that we array suburban homes, our entry sequence becomes erased, and we lose the spatial dynamics that are imperative to nonverbal interpersonal communication. Restricted by the length of the arm in reference to the operating machine, each individual populates the screen by occupying the same foreground. Screens connect through walls across countries and across countries. Digital devices challenge users to reinterpret their physical environment by merging professional with personal, public with private. Dining rooms transform into offices, then classrooms, merging their domestic program and merging social roles along with them. Nestling views through flattened surfaces, the screen as aperture limits our ability to extend space, instead offering only the opportunity to collapse. Because all forms appear as solid, we lose the ability to emulate spatial depth through use of transparency and shadow. The screen challenges us to negotiate its nesting, choosing between content or participants. And with the onset of working at home, we must begin to also negotiate our physical environments as mediated by the screen, in addition to digital landscapes themselves. Our internal private spaces are now displayed as front facades, exhibiting the most personal settings of our lives. The home now exceeds the basic functions of domesticity, incorporating public programming unprecedented in popular home design. The user sees the opposite of what they display. Through our own eyes directed forwards, we see ourselves sandwiched between our horizontal spatial extents, stretching our perceptual physical boundaries through reflection, akin to a mirror. We open our backgrounds to the population within the screen, suggesting the curation of our immediate background as it is a moment of set design projected into the televisions of a social network. This is the problem that poses the domestic landscape of architecture today. Thank you.
Thank you, Hannah.
And I asked the first question. You have these beautiful drawings, the Marais kind of drawings with the grids, and they have to do with movement. Can you go back to those? Yeah, that was it. One back. No. The Marais drawings, Etienne Marais. Oh. Yeah, this one. Yeah. Okay. So this page inspires me the most because I think that you really try to create space there, and you're observing movement and the different kind of movements and what kind of space they need or take up. Where did that experimentation go in your design? Because in the end, I do see a screen again. In the end, I see a Zoom screen, but I would be interested in this, not the physical space, but the space you created.
So essentially, what I'm proposing is that the ability to transform space through bodily movement is lost by the flattening of the screen because we are restricted to the extent of our arm's length to our camera or to our computer, to our type pad. We can no longer use the body's positions in the same way to create formal elements. Or typically, if one person were to walk down a hallway and another person were to run or jump, we would see each other interacting with space in new ways, one vertical, the other horizontal, and in passing by each other, we would pass by the memory of those past events. And our ability to do those things reflects the interpretation of the space being capable of holding us within that. If we were to design for the screen as if we're designing for bodily movement, as we typically do in three-dimensional space that we physically occupy, we would lose the ability to interpersonally interact with a distance that allows us to read nonverbal social cues. So we have to choose between viewing our body as an object, creating spatial form, or viewing our body as a semantic means of communicating with each other.
Wow, okay.
Sorry, Rick.
No, I'm done.
No, just, hey, thanks for the presentation. It might be a little surprising, but I read this. When I saw the last slide, it reminded me of something else, and it seems to summarize everything as this one, as a series of multi-layered stories and alternate history. I think you call it maybe Uchronia in English. I'm not sure. In French, we talk about Uchronie. I think it's AH, alternate history in English. And you read graphic novels, Hannah?
On
because
occasion.
it reminds me.
What?
Because it reminds me of a book which you should read. It might be a strange comment on my side, but after seeing that, you should go back to a book by Richard McGuire called Here. I don't know if you've read it. If you've read it, I will send a reference. It's this one, and it's about. I'll send the reference on it. And this seems like one of the pages of it. It's about the story of a corner of a room and of the events that have occurred in that space over the span of several centuries, even several millenniums. And it's a very interesting question about the overlapping of histories and the overlapping of lives, which is something which is implied in your story, because you did some sort of storytelling. So surprisingly, before others mention specific architectural concepts and comments, I would just refer to a graphic novel, which is exactly your point. I will send a reference. But it's surprising that actually you're telling us, you're doing some storytelling, you're telling us a story.
I think it's a fascinating proposal, and I think your presentation is incredible. The graphic nature, and I love this. I agree with you. Just the story is really compelling, and the narrative and the imagery and all that stuff. And I think that the one thing that I'm looking for is, where is that next step? This seems like we've got some really interesting narrative and the way you're weaving in this, and it's extremely compelling for the moment we're in. In fact, in the way we're talking right now, it's completely talking about the way in which we're communicating today in this particular forum under this particular circumstances. So it's like perfectly poignant, right? But I want to know what the next step is for you. And like, I want to see a couple more slides to see how this strategy informs you as an architect to then create space. Like, I think there's some really interesting kinds of things you've developed here, but I want to see them and the next step for you in the evolution of that story, and then how it informs you as an architect to then create space. That's the one thing I want to see there. Or that's maybe the next exploration for you that I want to see.
I believe that the next step would be to reverse the current process. This process incorporated taking moments of the physical house and flattening to the screen. So I would study those moments and then reinterpret them to work from the inside out rather than the outside in, projecting those moments on the screen and designing physical spaces similar to set design for them. So this would be a means of applying the visual research that I've done to a physical approach, but it would also require accounting for tactile and sensory elements, such as those necessary to mediate roles and to mediate different levels of privacy at the scale of the individual within households that many people live in. So this would include perhaps designing ways that we can modify spaces temporarily to account for the shift in program that the screen invites, while maintaining the cohesive identity of the household as a whole.
I love the answer. I'd love to see it too. I know, and you know, I feel like you've done an incredible amount of work. I guess that would be the next layer. I would love to see how that translates itself in that manner for you.
Yes, I will definitely continue working on it.
Excellent.
I would agree with all of the comments made so far, but add that I feel like we've just been given the appetizer, and it would be great to see how this you know, carries through to the next iteration, right? And what form that iteration takes, right? Whether it's actually something physical, whether it's something you know, some sort of kind of digital media presentation, something, you know, some way of taking this to the next level.
And I'd second those comments. You know, what's interesting is you've really focused on this idea of a domestic condition, but it's interesting to think about the way in which this might have its implications in a more public way, right? How that might be explored.
Yeah, I think that's similar to investigating the screen by reversing outside in to inside out. Investigating the public realm would flip programs as well. Now, if we are digitally communicating in office spaces or in other public environments, it shifts the design of the coffee shop or the design of the collaborative spaces in which we work in to account for different levels of teams and collaborators, and also different means of softening noise and creating environments in which we can be productive, focusing on the screen while maintaining engagements in our physical environments.
We talked about it throughout the semester. I mean, this is really interesting because it started with the idea of gender and space and consensual space, and it moved to where it is now, or it is an accumulation of things. And now we're talking about this, considering the current position where we're at right now. The question about public space is really interesting because we are now all in our private space, yet we are in a professional setting. So the idea of private and public is already very blurred, and or at least we have to rethink about it in a different way, because it's in a matter of weeks it's just shattered. Nobody would have entered our public space the way we do it today. And that is, to me, is really interesting. And as architects, we're relying on Zoom and other software to do that. But what implications do all these software have to the space we evolve in? And as architects, how can we think and be involved in this and not just rely on software engineers to do that?
Yeah, as architects, we must begin developing it. I think that when the shift in the iPhone, it used to have the camera only on the back, and now it has it on the front, and that changed the self-portrait into something more like a selfie that we could do every day, and it really instigated it really instigated the start of social media and streaming our daily lives through this curated perspective. But the majority of social media is composed of curated moments, very still snapshots in time or very short time frames. And now that we're using digital components to stream constantly and to incorporate longer timelines of our life, we have to be more cognizant of who else is in the backgrounds or who we are filming. And as architects, we have to be aware that everybody is entering our buildings with phones and other devices, and they can and will stream and will publish. So it really changes the way that we socially interact and perceive our environments. Back in the time of Corbu, photographs were mostly taken by professional photographers and put into architectural magazines and other forms of art, of advertisements, which really curated the specific view of the building that the architect wanted. Now we give the power to the public to control the impression of buildings that we have and the social environments that are hosted within them. That's a bit of a tangent from this specific project, but in shifting to the public realm, it's something that we must consider.
I'm personally still dealing with a touch tone phone from the old dial.
I've seen you with a flip phone, Matt.
That's definitely the crux of this as well. It excludes a lot of people from the conversation that don't have access to these digital devices or environments. But I hope that in the future we have public programs or means to supply everyone with an equitable access to digital technology.
But also, I mean, this is really interesting because it has, you know, we're laughing about it, but it is true that we transition very quickly to that realm. But the reality is it also creates a social divide of people who have access and don't. We're taking it for granted as if everybody has access to it, to this technology, but that is not true. So, I mean, this topic brings so many interesting questions to me to think about in general.
Do we have any other comments? No?
I think it was a beautiful presentation.
Yeah.
It was really beautiful. I mean, some of the imagery was fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it gives us a lot to think about for a while to come.
Yes.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
I think the question, you know, like, no doubt that it's a wonderful presentation. I think the question that we've been, you know, like discussing all along is what is that was brought up in the beginning as a good one. What is the next step here, right? What do you suggest, right, coming out of this narrative, right, and this, you know, like deep analysis and, you know, really beautiful illustration of the current, you know, and newly to be explored realm, you know. And I think that's a really good one. And I know that you're interested in that, right? The discussion about the public realm, I was just thinking of that, right? Is the public realm also a digital realm, or is that in a very reduced way the realm where we maintain some sort of physical interaction, right? And is the digital realm reserved for the private sphere? I don't know. Right. So what does the public realm mean in terms of physical presence in relationship to the private realm? I think is an interesting one. And then also, you know, what are the steps or the measures of transformation that need to happen within the private realm to now accommodate or contradict or, you know, at least discuss, you know, this current scenario, right? So I feel like you've done a really wonderful job, you know, like illustrating and demonstrating what's going on and really taking that like into, you know, a very deep level of analysis. But, you know, the next step, what do we extract? You know, what are the recommendations, right? Or the solutions moving forward, I think is a really valuable point to be at this point, but is a set of questions that needs to be asked.
If I may just add the last image that we've been looking at for a while now, it reminds me of Colin Rowe's book about transparency, and also Bernard Tschumi, how he talks about the depth of surface. So I think that could be something if you do want to go back to reality or into the three-dimensional realm, there could be something that might help you. But I also think it's it's gorgeous drawings.
Great. If this is it, I would like to thank all the students, congratulate all the students that presented this morning. I think what we saw is a wide range of projects, which is interesting for a thesis cohort to see things from the urban scale to the architectural scale and some of more theoretical work. So that is a great spectrum of things that has been explored. I would like to also thank all our reviewers this morning, and we will be reconvening at 2 p.m. Central Time. It's about an hour and 45 minutes. Thanks to everyone. Enjoy your lunch. And
Yes,
we'll
I
see you
second
in
all
a
of
bit.
that.
I'm going into my
French. Bon appetit.
Bon appetit. We will meet at 2 p.m. our time again. So that's in an hour and 45 minutes.
With great pleasure.
And
Again, congratulations.
And,
Thank you. Congratulations
yes,
to everybody.
for that session, correct?
Sorry?
There's a different Zoom invite for that session.
No, it's
It
the
is
same.
the same. It's the same. It's the same link.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. We'll see you in a bit. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye, Dave. Thank you.
we'll talk about how that's instigated other developments in the neighborhood, and also briefly how the
Noah,
Hello. Hi, Cordula.
how's it going?
Good. How are you?
Good. I love that you're in 201 now.
I know. I'm mentally there.
You're brave. Does it haunt you in your dreams?
Does. Let's see. What other ones did we have? There were some other backgrounds. It was either that or we could like go into outer space or something. We'll do that one. That's mentally where we are maybe.
Yeah, that's
But
good.
I like good one's good.
You and Tom Cruise.
Right. Well, I got to make sure we stay far enough apart.
That's right. Yeah. Hey, Jack. Hey, Scott. You might have left. How's it going, Noah?
It's going great. I mean,
Yeah.
you know, as great as can be expected.
Yeah, you have two small kids, right?
Yeah. Yes. So if they run on the camera, I apologize.
Hence the virtual background.
That's right.
I have people moving in my background all the time. It's just not avoidable. I'm sitting close to the front door, so
The virtual one, they just sort of,
are.
they'll just appear when they get close enough and then disappear.
That's right. That's right. How are things in DC?
They're good. I mean, the city actually, kind of feels pretty nice when there's no traffic.
Empty?
And yeah,
Mhm.
lots
Yeah.
of, lots of space, not a lot of people. So
Yeah.
we've done the short term. We've escaped to Pennsylvania for a minute just to get a little bit more space. We were kind of going stir crazy.
Yeah. Is that where you are right now?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I hear you. I was just reading that the Bundesliga is starting up again in Germany, so the soccer league.
Mm-hmm.
And they're planning in some states in Germany to open gyms and swimming pools again. Swimming pools in Germany in the summer being really the place where everybody gathers for the lack of ample coastline. So, yeah, so we'll see how that experiment goes.
Yeah, I feel like I think things are gonna open up quickly and then might need to shut down a little bit.
Shut down again, yeah.
See
I
how
wonder
that.
what happens to beaches here. I know there's issues in California. I think they're still closed in New York. I'm not sure what's going on there.
California's
Hello, everyone.
open.
Hi, Noah.
Hello. Hey, Amar. How are you?
Good. How are you? Hi,
Doing
Abby.
good.
Is Scott with us?
More or less.
The voice of Scott Bernard.
Hovering voice.
I just came off of 3 Zoom meetings straight, and now I'm trying to eat food, so I don't want anyone to see or hear me. So.
That's all right.
Enjoy your food. We'll see you in a
Yeah.
minute. Hi,
Yeah.
Jack. Hi, Yara. Hi, Hannah. Austin. Hello, everyone.
So we have quite a few reviewers this afternoon. We have Casey is coming back, Eve, David, who just joined us. Hello, David. Welcome back. Hi. Ruth should be with us, and Brad.
Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Yep. I just wanted to make sure my audio is working properly.
Your audio is working. I believe we're starting with Abby though, right? Yeah. Your audio is working, yes. And Austin, nice attire.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, and you took the sign down in the background.
And you have a cat that crawls across the back.
And a cat.
It just disappeared.
Mm-hmm.
David, it's too early for you for lunch, I guess. It was, or
no, we had some lunch, right, perfect timing.
Yeah, okay. I hope we're not screwing up your day too much with.
No, it's great. I'm happy to be a part of it. It's fun.
Okay,
Thank
Casey
you.
is here. Welcome back, Casey.
Casey is in the house. Are you in the same spot that Reed was in yesterday? It looks familiar.
Oh,
you're on mute.
You're on mute.
I said
Yes.
I'm 6 feet over from where he was. So.
Oh, okay. 6 feet, perfect.
You keep your distance, I see.
Social distancing even in the apartment.
That
is exemplary.
Over there.
Oh, nice. That's a long shelf.
Yeah, it's. I know this because I put the shelf together. It's 17 feet of bookcase.
It's almost like the Amazon headquarters we saw this morning.
It is almost like that.
You have many books?
The amazing thing is we got rid of 60 boxes of books when we left Cranbrook,
Oh,
and we still
that's
have,
impressive.
all of this crazy stuff. So
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, impressive. I only have a short one.
A tall one.
It's a little taller, yeah. Yeah, I realized that I have to be mindful of the curation. There was an article, I think, in the New York Times that pointed out book highlights of people's backgrounns. Did you see that as book recommendations?
Yeah. I'm always embarrassed because the Bob Stern books are right here over my shoulder. And full disclosure, the only reason we have them is because they're signed. But I should relocate them somewhere.
I don't know if you can see my book collection behind me, but I have some.
That's good. You must have been working on that for a long time.
I have.
Yeah.
I love that, Scott. That's fantastic.
I spend my professorship money principally on books.
Mm-hmm. And the space that you built for it is also really nice.
It is great. It is
Yeah.
great.
Mm-hmm.
It's all in black and white too. I only buy black or white books. I don't.
Excellent.
I don't buy any colored covers.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I think Brad said he's going to be a little bit late. We have Eve and Ruth as well this afternoon.
Yes.
Okay.
Let me check with, I'm going to check with Ruth and see where she is. Scott, how were the graduate reviews?
Things were, I thought, terrific yesterday. They're doing more today, but I'm doing yours today, so I'll get to see a little bit of the undergrads too. But I was impressed. Two of the four were my own students, so you should probably take my thoughts with a grain of salt. But even the ones that weren't, I thought were doing a good job.
Good. That's
Critics
great.
seem-
How was the work presented? Also similar to what we're doing, a digital, like a PDF format?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they went through PDFs. They put them online the day before. Most of the critics had a chance to look through the PDFs before the review. And we found that page numbers in the lower right-hand corner were really helpful. And people could say, could you go back to page 7?
Yeah.
instead of back to that section and stuff. And then fewer people use the annotation tools than they had in my review, my third-year review, which I found helpful. It made the virtual review, and it's in some ways better than a physical review, because I never like to draw in red marker or scribble drawing on their final presentation boards, but don't have any compunction about doing that on the computer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we haven't used that much either yet.
I will say that in the reviews this morning, what I thought was interesting, it's different than, there's nothing like being together in, the ground floor of Richardson Memorial and looking at projects together and that connectivity of people. But there is something nice about having a digital version, because, I had the PDFs of everything up, so you can kind of look at them in a different way than you can even look at the things when they're pinned up. Getting up and going to the board and looking at it and stuff like that is always a little funky, but so I kind of liked having that to be able to kind of go back and forth through pages as I was looking at it and listening to their presentation. So I thought that was kind of an interesting thing of the digital nature we're in right now.
Yeah, it's true. Everybody's familiar with the annotate tool, right? That we have at our disposal. So feel free to use that. And again, it doesn't leave a permanent mark. So that's pretty nice. So we're still waiting for a couple of reviewers. Students, what did you think about this morning? Did you get the feedback you were hoping for? Yeah? And yesterday? Good. Okay, great. Ruth said she is a minute. She'll be with us in a minute. Amar, do you want to check in with Brad? And
Brad is going to be
he
a little
said
bit
he would be late.
Yeah,
okay, so we're almost complete.
We should get started, and then I'm sure Ruth will catch up with us.
Sounds good. Okay, sounds great. So maybe we can ask again for a quick or brief introduction of our reviewers, critics this afternoon. Noah, you want to start?
Yeah. Can everybody? Hi, my name is Noah Marble. I'm a architect, Tulane graduate from a while back, and I now live in Washington, D.C. and work with BMDO Architects, and it is a pleasure to be here with everybody.
Thank you. You came with us as what was your function when we evacuated to Phoenix during Katrina?
Yeah, so I'd graduated right before Katrina.
That's
and had moved to start my life in Los Angeles as an architect. And, Katrina happened, and I guess the whole fifth year, like everyone kind of scattered, but, Tulane wanted to keep all the fifth year students together to kind of finish out their school. So there was a temporary fifth year kind of thesis set up in Phoenix. And so I came back as a sort of teaching assistant, special projects person for a couple months. And that was really great to be able to contribute, even though I personally was not evacuating from something. I already had moved, but it was great to be in Phoenix and continue that
That's
discourse.
Right. Yeah. That was certainly a very interesting experience that semester there.
Everyone had kind of, I think there was, I don't know if everyone's familiar with Phoenix, but there was definitely like a shock of Katrina and then a culture shock of going from New Orleans to Phoenix and saying like, wow, this is, what is this place that we're in? So
a place with no water.
And no water, and
no
the way that they
either.
irrigated lawns there was they just have these, they basically flood everything, and someone, these students that are staying in people's houses are like, the whole lawn is flooding, we don't know what's happening, and they're like, no, that's just what they do. They just turn on the water and like fill it all up a couple inches every Saturday.
That's right.
It's a weird place.
Yeah. Casey, or whoever, David, Casey.
Sure, yeah, I'm happy to chime in. I'm Casey Jones, former New Orleanian, but now I'm at Perkins & Will in Chicago, and I oversee the firm's design programs.
I'll go next. I'm David Thompson. I graduated Tulane School of Architecture in '91, and I have my own practice here in Los Angeles, where I'm from, called Assemblage, and I'm super happy to be here. And as I said before, you know, I'm really, before we even see the work and the work we saw earlier, I'm really proud of all you guys for kind of persevering through this unique time. I know it's challenging enough, but this is an added challenge. So I know you guys, I'm really proud of you guys already. So congratulations in advance.
That's Eve.
Okay, so to everyone, sorry to repeat what I previously said. I'm talking to you from France, and when I'm not being a pain in the butt for your students, I graduated as an architect, but I'm head of an architecture exhibition center in France. And regarding schools, I'm also a board member for the Architecture School of Marseille, and we are currently having running a project together with the Architecture School. We, on a regular basis, have workshops on our premises in Nice about the city, and we're currently in these strange conditions preparing an exhibition about the last workshop, which will take place. The exhibition will take place in the fall. And last review which I did was a physical one. We had this discussion not via Zoom, really in person at the school with the students, and it's something which I like very much because I learned so much from these, and not necessarily vice versa. So thank you for having me amongst you.
Thank you, and thank you, Scott, for joining. There he is. Still finishing his lunch.
Get lost in this library sometimes.
Yeah.
I'm Scott Bernard. I'm a faculty member at the School of Architecture.
Great, and there is Ruth, but we lost her temporarily, so I'm sure she will be. Oh no, there she is.
On my big, you're on my big screen in my living room.
Oh, nice.
Other 2 hours of faculty meeting, and now they're fighting about some shelving system they want to buy for the school that's closed because of Corona. So I'm happy to be back. But I'm sitting on my sofa now, and I watch you like in the cinema.
Well, in Germany, as in France, what time is it? It's 9 o'clock, right?
It's
So
about
think.
9 o'clock. It's about 9 o'clock. I have not a large screen, but a large surface, as Ruth has, which you can hardly see here, which is a huge black rectangle, which is a tribute to Californians here online, because it's a drawing by a very famous young French artist called Black Venice Beach.
Wow.
So I don't have you on a large screen, but I have a huge view by a French artist of Venice Beach. So I also
wonderful.
have a large surface here.
And Casey has a large shelf.
You can see have just a glimpse of it.
All I want, Eve, is the Nice weather right now.
Ah.
Or the New Orleans weather, because you know, Corona and rain really sucks. It's more depressing than you can imagine.
Oh yeah.
All right, so thank you everybody for joining us this afternoon. We have 4 projects to review, and we're going to start with Abby, who will share her screen.
Yeah. All right, well, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Abby Bodeckheimer, and this thesis is titled Nature and Nurture, Journeying to Reduce Stress in the Built Environment. This thesis explores the relationship between human stress and the built environment, specifically how the reimagination of forms, patterns, and spatial arrangements found in nature can support the reduction of stress in buildings. Stress is a problem that affects almost everyone. The environment can have a large role in influencing stress levels and can cause negative health effects like insomnia, high blood pressure, and weakened immune system. Creating an environment that supports the reduction of stress can help curb negative health effects and can have other positive health benefits. There are 3 types of stress: physiological, psychological, and cognitive. Each type affects different parts of the body and can be lowered in different ways. Through my research, I named 10 principles that, when applied to the built environment, can support the reduction of stress. These principles are sense of place, integration of nature and natural elements, information richness, natural forms and patterns, curiosity and excitement, complementary contrasts, community, safety control, light, and space organization and navigability. Each principle has a series of strategies associated with it, which are found in the outline depicted here and influence different types of stress. For example, the principle of curiosity and excitement encourages creating spaces that are engaging and provoke intense feelings. One of the strategies associated with it is the splash barrel, which consists of a perceived threat like a fall from a height coupled with a reliable safeguard, like a window or a railing protecting the user. This strategy reduces psychological stress. Other examples include strategies like prospecting refuge under the principle of safety and control, and the strategy of wayfinding under the principle of space organization and navigability. These principles are then tested with the program of an apartment building. Citing this building, I chose Detroit because it has a higher percentage of people suffering from stress, as well as other mental and physical health issues than most other major US cities. Within Detroit, I chose a site in Midtown because of its proximity to services like healthcare and public transportation, as well as its density, which is conducive to a mid-rise apartment building. When I began to think of the form of the building, I looked at the 3 most basic apartment configurations, as well as how those configurations could effectively orient the sun and shape the outdoor space on the site in accordance with the sense of place principle. I ended up choosing a scheme consisting of 2 single-loaded apartment bars, with one of them turning to orient the southern sun. This basic form creates some interesting opportunities. The first is the creation of a large, partially shielded outdoor space that is separated into 2 sections by a portico-like structure with apartments overhead. The second is a forced perspective that creates visual interest as one moves between the buildings. And the third, opportunity for an extended connection between the 2 bars in the air. One of the principles that is very important is community. Social ties play a huge role in the reduction of stress, and built spaces can facilitate these social ties. To focus the application of the other principles on the community spaces of the building. I oriented these community spaces based on a sun study of the southern facade. These community spaces are placed within the otherwise rigid grid of apartments. To reflect the connection to nature and biomimicry evident in these spaces, I named them to reflect the natural forms they emulate. The spaces include the forest, the large outdoor space for recreation and gathering, the trail, the winding paths connecting the 2 bars together, the cave, an intimate gathering and workspace, the clearing, a community room located at the intersections of multiple circulation paths, and finally, the hearth, a community kitchen. So first we'll look at the forest. For each space, I try to focus on only a few of the principles in order to test their effectiveness. For the forest, I focused on information richness, natural forms, and safety and control. Some of the strategies that I used were leaf-like shapes on the facade, creating a dappled light as part of information richness. I also used tree trunk-like columns to create a feeling of the forest and use the concepts of prospect and refuge. For the hearth, I looked at the integration of nature using for the cave, I focused on complementary contrast, safety and controlling refuge and light, and specifically how form could facilitate the use of different types of light. For the hearth, I looked at the integration of nature using natural materials and fire elements. I also explored the principle of curiosity and excitement with proximity to fire and the perceived feelings of being heavy overhead. I also looked at the use of complementary contrasts using both visual and sensory contrasts. This was the only space that wasn't named for a natural element, but I thought it was a good fit because historically when people were more connected to nature, the hearth represented a safe space where families would gather and cook. For the clearing, I looked at information richness, specifically in how I could create a responsive wall element that also mimics nature as part of natural forms. The clearing is also an important gathering space. I chose the name The Clearing because in the forest, the clearing is a space that has no trees, and it also has gathering and cultivation connotations. I wanted this space to have those similar experience qualities where one is walking through the forest with a low canopy overhead and then emerges into a space without those overhead restrictions and can gather. The trail is how all of these spaces are connected. It is the forest path that takes one to the cave, the hearth, the canopy, and ultimately their homes. I focused on curiosity and excitement, light, and space organization, with the central courtyard acting as a visual wayfinding tool. Finally, we're back on the forest floor, looking back at the building and then through the vertical forest. That's the presentation.
Thank you, Abby.
Thank you.
Abby, are all of those spaces, the forest, the trail, and the cave, is that on page 10? Is that where all of those spaces show up in the bar? Is that?
Yeah, so that's just in the slide 10.
I'm not sure which. Yeah, slide 10, where you have the axon, and then on the left side you've got yeah, that one where your cursor is. Is that's indicating all of the perspectives that you had following that? Those are those various spaces.
Yeah.
Can you open that up?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's just showing one of the bars. So the other one also kind of mirrors that condition is seen here, but this is highlighting that one specific section, as well as kind of how those overhead elements create the spaces in that bottom section.
I see. Okay.
I was just thinking, do you think who would call the spaces the way you named them? I mean, that's the way you're titling them to keep them apart and give them kind of a characteristic or a set of characteristics. But do you think, would they be labeled within the building with their names, or do you think the inhabitants would call them that way? Or do you think the project would be sold with these spaces titled that way? I was just thinking about that. Where that shows up
there
again.
There are a couple of like branded apartment buildings that do things like that. So I think that could be an option, but it is a little cheesy. So some people might go against it, but it definitely was more about informing the form of the space and less about just creating a name for the residents.
Do you, I mean, I think this is a really compelling idea, and certainly, you know, once again, we're in the time where everyone's in their homes and kind of using this to reduce stress. So it's very applicable, certainly. I'm curious that this really kind of relates to all of the public spaces and how they weave together, and so how you create community. Did you put any thought into any of the individual units, as well as how, when people are in their own sanctuaries and relieving stress, did you kind of have an idea of what that would be, or were you really just addressing the way these communal spaces kind of weave together and weave the community of the apartment together?
I was more focused on how buildings can create kind of this architectural awe that can create these moments that reduce stress, and less about these individual sanctuaries, just because apartments at the very basic level are so similar from building to building, and the level of detail, it would be in the details that you would find the stress relief at the apartment and unit level. So I wanted to, at least at the first initial scale, look at these larger spaces where you could bring people together. But definitely, if I had more time and to dive in further into the project, it'd be interesting to see how these larger spaces could tie into the kind of individual experience in the apartments.
So in the section, oops, sorry.
Go ahead.
In a section, all these spaces are interconnected. They're like a big path through the building. Do you have a specific choreography, how you move from, let's say, the forest to the bar to whatever? Because, you know, not everybody has anxieties about the same things or calms down with the same things. Mm-hmm. So how did you research that, and how did you try to orchestrate that?
So each of different moves can influence like different types of stress, as shown here. So I tried to balance out each types of stress at each space with this kind of map shown here, so that it's kind of an evenly spread grid of focusing on some aspects, but leveling out all across the board. And that was the goal of also making the trail an interesting space. So that unifying element that ties all these spaces together. While you might not need to, sorry, this is kind of going crazy. Well, you might not need to enjoy all of the spaces. The trail and the forest are still something that everyone gets to experience as their their entry into the building and the circulation around the building. They still encourage you to kind of visually notice the other spaces as you pass, and you know that the other spaces like the hearth, the clearing, and the cave are there for your use.
Abby, I have a little question, if I may. Something surprised me in one of your slides, the one about the principles of stress reduction. There was something about complementary contrasts, and it looked from this slide that risk and peril could be a principle, an element for stress reduction. I don't know if you can go back to the slide. Before this one. On the right, you have risk and peril in this area of complementary contrast. So I understand they could be surprisingly one of the principles of stress reduction. Do I get it well? Because if so, yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, that's more of it's not so someone's actually experiencing real fear, but more to just invoke some hormones in the brain. So it's like if you're standing, the best example I can think of off the top of my head is if you're in Chicago and you're standing at the top of the Willis Tower and you walk out over the glass ceiling or the glass floor and you look down, like that's it's awe, and you experience that, and it's, yes, sure, it's a little bit of a feeling of fear, but it's not because you know that the glass is there to protect you. It's not actual fear.
Yeah, I found this interesting, the fact that you maintained it here. And so in the rest, from what I understand, in the rest of your design, you play very much with contrasts between spaces, but with a certain sense of harmony. And so I wonder where this dimension of risk or peril is in your project. If you explored it, I don't expect you to have a guillotine or something in your project, but did you integrate that in your project, and where can it be found in your general balance between atmosphere, places, environments, etc.?
My first kind of pass at it was just the walkways for the trail, having them, they're not super high because of just restrictions, but having just large glass walkways looking down with a full ceiling glass is one element that can be attributed to risk and peril, but then also just some of the wood elements overhead, say on in the hearth, and if it'll let me.
Yeah.
Just feelings of like almost something heavy overhead that you know won't fall on you, but is still kind of imposing, can also be attributed to the configuration of risk and peril. So like this kind of element here.
So, I mean, your drawings are very beautiful, and the presentation has a logic to it, but I feel like there's a lot of missing information that would help us actually get inside thinking that I'm sure you've already done, right? And so I think part of what makes it difficult for us to kind of understand the diagram and these sort of different concepts of space and how they come together is that the presentation is just a little too cryptic in that regard. You have very explicit renderings like we see here, where you really get a sense of what it's like to be fully immersed in a space. But somehow the narrative of how those spaces come together, that section isn't really enough to capture it. And so I think we either needed something in your narrative, or potentially more diagrams or something to kind of understand how it all comes together, right? The other thing that I find, so that's just a general observation about the presentation, right? Not necessarily about the thought that went into the project. But with regard to the thought that went into the project, I find it a little disturbing that this project is so entirely divorced from its site. And that may not be where you started out, but it's certainly where you ended up in the presentation. We have a site diagram that shows where it's located in Detroit, but everything about the project is about being inward focused. It's about walling yourself off from the outside, with the exception of being on those glass bridges, right? You create these kind of elaborate screens, and on one side, I think there may actually be some more articulation to the facade on the other, but we don't really actually get to see that as part of the drawings that you elected to show. So it just feels like a completely hermetically sealed concept that does not have any relationship to where it's located, and thus almost feels like it could be anywhere.
And I guess to draw upon that, you chose to cite it in a place that had, in your words, the most amount of stress, right? Like this is in a place where people are stressed. And the thesis to me is that, you know, through the architectural, through the form and the relationships of the spaces, your thesis is that this building will help reduce that stress, right? But people are continually moving out into the world and then coming back, right? So I think that might be another way to think about, you know, how you think about moving through this thing. Because I mean, I guess what I would find interesting is your thesis that this building is reducing the stress in a very stressful place, or that this building is less stressful to occupants than maybe a typical apartment building, which might be inducing stress, right? I guess is like a typical condition a neutral condition, or if this is, you know, a positive situation, would you consider kind of a typical apartment building in Detroit, is that inducing stress?
Yeah, so actually my initial interest in using housing as a study for this was that the journey from the street to your room in an apartment building, and just kind of how like sterile it feels typically, just like you walk down a hallway, you go into an elevator, you go up, you get into a straight hallway into your apartment building, and kind of how you could change that sequence of events and make it into this kind of stress relieving journey. I definitely think I could have better suited this narrative to explain how this can become more of a sequence and less of just these disparate elements.
Something which is about inside and outside too. It's more of a detail, but it has to do with your sort of formal vocabulary. If we go back to the hearth, if you don't mind, I noticed something in the picture. It could be the same on those screens here, but in your slide about the hearth, or stay on this one for a second. Okay, that's fine. We'll go back to the other one. If I look at the screen behind the girl, is the girl sitting here, or maybe the screens on the wall there, and if you go back to the forest, we see sort of similar shapes between those elements in the screen. And if you don't mind to go back to the forest, we have some elements about the windows which look very much similar. So how do you play with scale and formal vocabulary? It's not the forest, sorry. It is, yes, it's the forest, but another slide, the next one, the outside view.
It's slow to react, there we go.
Okay, you will see, when we see the picture, you have certain, it will be 16, slide 16. So we're playing between 13 and 16, that's it. You see those shapes, the sort of things providing shade over your windows. So there seems to be a sort of vocabulary, formal vocabulary, with which you play inside and outside at different scales. Could you tell us more about that?
Yeah, so I was looking at just biomorphic forms, but then also historically how biomorphic forms in buildings have changed over time. So I looked all the way back to just like vernacular of the hut, all the way to like Art Nouveau and how that has changed. And I kind of reference back to that with just the handrails in the building and then this little element. So just little subtle ways I could introduce these curving forms that mimicked nature into otherwise that would usually be just like kind of these rectangular windows.
It was so subtle that since you didn't mention it in your presentation, I wasn't sure if I had understood it well or not. Sometimes subtlety is sometimes it takes a little more guts, even to make subtlety more understandable and to make us become more aware of it and of this consistency between inside and outside. Okay, thank you for your response.
I guess one interesting question would be, and that is in relationship to Casey's comment and the was it you, Casey, the site, the lack of reaction to. Abby, if you took this project and planted it somewhere else, right, and maybe even applied a different program to it, which is, I think, possible. What are the things, you know, what are the constants, right? I mean, in what form would the cave adapt to a different set of circumstances, right? Or the forest, any of these programs. My feeling is that the walkway is definitely a constant, right? This linking element that, you know, provides, you know, circulation and exchange. But I'm wondering to what degree the other, you know, designated components would undergo a transformation.
Yeah, I think that the designated components would definitely adapt with the program that they're facing. Also, my whole concept driving this building to begin with, or what I was kind of conceptualizing, was this very rigid grid that's getting intersected with these biomorphic elements. Like, it was never going to be this super crazy looking building because that's kind of just overstimulating. So how can you create, have a pretty rigid looking and basic structure that integrates these natural forms into it? So that would be kind of the overriding thing. But this is, again, this 2-bar scheme is kind of site specific in just how it's adapting to sun, and also using that hard edge. If it wasn't Detroit, I don't know if I would have necessarily cared about creating such a hard street front and maintaining that feeling of density on the site.
So maybe that's something, you know, as you know, we had many conversations yesterday and today about, you know, the opportunities that arise from these discussions and the opportunities that arise from where the project is standing right now, the proposal. And to me, it would be interesting to take it a step back and really kind of evaluate what you have created, right, against this, you know, backdrop of different contexts, different program. And also, and I think that's in response to what Noah was saying, right, can this be amped up further, right? Can it become more extreme? Or can it become less extreme and still function, right? How do we read the gradient of transformation or introduction of elements, right? Like, how is this evaluated, right? On a scale, right? Is it extreme or not very extreme yet? And then also, which elements have to continue existing for the project to be successful, for the proposal to successfully test the thesis? Does everything always have to be in place? Or can some things fall away or take a minor role, right? So this kind of adjustment, right, and leveling of components, I think that would be really interesting to assess. I'm not sure how you would measure it or how you would measure success, but you probably can make some assumptions based on your research.
And I think because the project really is focused, you know, you chose to focus on the communal interior spaces, right, and not the units themselves. I think you could extend that logic and say, you know, within somebody's apartment, they have, let's say, complete control right over their environment. So if it's well insulated and acoustically insulated, and you don't have to hear your neighbors, you can choose how warm it is, cold it is, if the windows are, you know, open, if there's fresh air, if there's light coming in or not, right? That's up to you. So maybe that's at the one end of maybe there's a section drawing that would explain this, where you end up there, which is where you have complete control. On the other side, you're out on a public street in Detroit where you have much less control, and there's a whole different level of background noise and temperature and, you know, environmental factors. Then the building becomes this thing that transitions you from one to the other, where you maybe typically don't have a lot of control, but there might be different spaces that slowly transition you back, right? It's like in an art museum, you always want to move you never really want to move from a very dark place to a very light place and then back to a dark place. Your eyes sort of get adjusted to a background level, and you want to slowly transition people as they move from kind of common spaces into galleries. I think you could think of your building in that same way, and it's sort of this transitionary piece. Then I think, as Cordula mentioned, like find a way to amplify it, where I think everything that you're showing in your images is mostly visual, right? It's like spaces are higher or lower. They have, patternings or things that feel appropriate based on the names that you've given them. I would extend that to be audible, sensory, temperature, the amount of fresh air. You might come in the clearing and all of a sudden you're just getting blasted with this cold, fresh, amazing air or something, right? And like think of ways that it can be more than just a visual punch, because I think that's what you said you were trying to do, is really, wake people up a little bit and get them to think about where they were. But so then how does the building start to change the normal condition? I think everyone's familiar with like being out on the street versus being in their apartment. What you're talking about is that middle ground that might be a good place to play with exploring those things.
I think those are great comments. No, I mean, the aspect of, what is it like to be in this environment from a sensory perspective? I think, and maybe it was, but it should have been a kind of cornerstone of your research, because I think that so much of our personal comfort has to do with how we interface with the world, and all of that is sensory.
Yeah, actually, when I was going to be an exhibition, actual exhibition, I was going to explore like actual sensory things I could do in the exhibition space, but the screen can be a bit limiting. Talk about that.
But I also think it's important too. I do think that you've definitely thought a lot about the way these spaces are kind of weaving and becoming the connective piece that hold all this together. However, I think some of Casey's earlier comments is there's a little bit of loss. Like, I don't know where I enter the building. Like, how do I get on this path, and where do I enter into this path? So like, I think one level more of exploration on how this thing, and I think you've got a strategy that maybe these pieces are what weave through any project anywhere. I think there's some evaluation on whether they would all kind of, as Cordula was saying earlier, whether they would they be in every building that you did in every location? That's up for debate. But you've definitely got a strategy here. And I think what's missing a little bit for me again is how do you start on that path from the street? Like, how do you engage from the street onto the site and into the building? And how do you follow that path? And then ultimately, because it's an apartment building, how do you get to your unit, and what's that like? So I do think that while I think your strategy is kind of focused on these communal spaces, I do think that the ultimate unit and like what that feels like as well is part of this whole idea that you're weaving through the whole project. So a little bit like some more plans to kind of understand how this is all working together. I think this section helps, but I would want to see a little bit more of that to kind of understand where I come in and how I get on this path.
Maybe another way to also investigate this topic is to reduce the scale. And what if this is at a house scale or something that is less communal, where you have less, a number of people, and how would you manage to implement all this at that scale? Great. Any further comments?
Could you go back to just the overall, like the slide sorter?
Okay.
Casey, sorry. Noah, Casey?
I was just going to ask if she could go back to the overall, just the view of all the slides, because I thought that was a nice way to start, where, if we were in a room, you'd be looking at the whole, everything together. And I think that, graphic sensibility I thought was very nice in that, you know, you found a way to link kind of the perspectives to the site planning, to the map of the country, to the human body, right? And everything has a consistency of graphic style, which is appreciated.
Beautiful drawings, yes. Very compelling.
I just wanted to add one thing, which is that it's interesting that you picked Detroit, because Detroit is really a city in transition. I lived in Detroit, you know, up until, well, from I guess 2007 until 2013-ish. And the change in that city was dramatic over that time frame, and it continues to evolve. And so this idea of a sensory building, or a building that you know, the genesis of which is a series of sensory experiences, you would imagine or hope that the building could evolve as the context changes, right? So that it's not a fixed moment in time, but rather, you know, something that, you know, it has the ability to, you know, shed its skin or a portion of its skin, or open up, you know, when the situation changes, those kinds of things, right? More of a living structure.
Great. Scott, did you have any commentary, or did I cut you off before?
No, that's okay. So many people have said more eloquently the things I was intending that I don't think it's necessary.
Thank you, Abby.
Thank you, Abby.
Great presentation. Thanks.
Good work.
What's up with this? Is this what you do? Did I miss that? This is what you do?
I heard
this is clapping. And
clapping.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. What happens if we all clap at the same time? What kind of sound is produced then?
Try that at the end for the professors.
That's right. All right, we have Yara next.
Is the
Go ahead.
visible?
We see a black screen, is that correct?
No, it says my sharing is paused. Let me stop. Excuse me, let me stop and start again. Okay, visible? Yeah. Okay, good afternoon, bonsoir. My name is Yara. The project is titled Involuntary Utopia. I'm seeking to excavate peace in subterranean Jerusalem. In the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, the act of architecture is an act of violence and is the architecture of occupation of frontiers. In the near future, urbicide, which is defined as violence against the city, and spatiocide, which is the use of space rather than genocide, as defined by architect A.L. Weitzman, to destroy the urban fabric. And as I see it, the urban fabric of Jerusalem is being destroyed. This site selected itself before the project really did, because I identified an issue in the performance of architecture in Israel, Palestine, and in Jerusalem specifically. So the following proposal is a speculative exploration, proposing the subterranean realm as the new frontier, where the act of architecture will unite these parties rather than divide them. Okay. Already, the underground is becoming the site of many activities, such as the smuggling of goods and people across borders and warfare and espionage. Tunnels appear at the seam of the highest zones of conflict, such as Gaza and the Golan Heights. People are now becoming accustomed to inhabiting these underground spaces. Some of them have, you know, very advanced lighting systems, technology. There's cell phone reception down there, and people are becoming more accustomed to that underground inhabitation. In Jerusalem, underground spaces have a different connotation than they do in places such as Gaza and the Golan Heights. They are sites of preserved history and of narrative making. So several historical sites are being excavated by both parties to explain their history and to have a claim on the land. And A.L. Weitzman has defined the problem in Jerusalem as vertical. So something we try to limit to a map is more of a sectional issue. And so then as the city above falls victim to this herbicide and spatiocide, and the people of the land become accustomed to underground life, they're driven below the city's surface. And it is a realm untouched by the conflict, where they shape the space to accommodate not the future that they want, but the future that they need. A series of spaces along the north-south axis parallel to the Temple Mount, starting from the cave, host the daily life of the exiled Jerusalemites. Spaces along the east-west axis perpendicular to the Temple Mount, starting from the foundation stone, which is the contested site beneath the Temple Mount that shrines and temples have been built upon for centuries, accommodate or host the spiritual life of the exiles. And as they become more united, their spaces cut deeper into the earth. At first, they rely on light from the outside, and as life below becomes more sophisticated, they rely on the light from themselves. And access to light becomes the fundamental guiding force of the design and of the city as it grows. And light becomes their currency, their divinity, and their society. And so the descent begins when an unassuming entry is cut into the earth. It is a widening of a mouth of a cave that already exists. And the cave was once a quarry that built the abandoned city above. The exiles' primary concern was sustaining themselves. And as soon as they arrived in the cave, any notion of division was kind of forgotten when they realized that a symbiotic lifestyle would have to emerge, uniting the resilience and the pastoral roots of the Palestinian people, as well as the advanced cultivation and farming principles founded by the Israelis in years of kibbutzim and other technological advancements. And so again, the field emerges and the Palestinians contribute their resilience and their ability to sustain life in harsh conditions. And the Israelis then occupy the observatory where they monitor life above, monitor the ongoings of the underground city. And below this, shown in the section, is a water purification plant that taps into the aquifer below ground. The market is at the cross of what were once the four quarters of the city of Jerusalem, dividing the groups into Muslim, Armenian, Christian, and Jewish quarters. Here at the market, it's kind of the first exploration of a shared community in the design of the market and the forum at the center of it reflect the communal life and the abandoning of these divisions that were once so potent above, because to live in such a harsh condition, such as the underground, they had to unite. And here the technological and agricultural sectors meet and the exiled people coexist. The dwellings echo the communal living values common to both parties before the descent. The shared culture of multi-generational living and porch sitting are facilitated by these nodes of dwelling, where open porches mirror into each other and the daily performances of private life become public and shared with each other's neighbors. And so again, as they dig deeper and as leisure becomes more of an option, once they've secured the access to light and the access to food and access to water, and once they've put aside their initial misunderstandings of each other and misgivings of working together, they find more shared aspects of culture and they express those in the theater below the ground. And without natural light, because it is so deep, with the product of their newfound alliance provides the light and provides the sustainability of the space below. And then the temple is the final space located beneath the foundation stone, which has been housed by numerous sacred temples and shrines. And the temple is a sanctum to light. It is their last connection to divinity. Light is their last connection to divinity. And as their skin turns gray and their vision dims and they become real troglodytes beneath the city of Jerusalem, the connection to light becomes increasingly sacred. And ultimately, this exploration seeks to investigate how the performance of architecture can unite two utterly divided peoples, specifically in an environment where building is more difficult and dangerous than the conflict they've left in the city above. And in the design specifically, symmetry and these round shapes are not only organic to show the burrowing kind of like an anthill underneath the ground, but it shows the balance of ideas and culture and the idea that below the surface, where it is unprecedented to the living above, there's equality, and in the unsurety of their circumstances, they find themselves on a level playing field.
Thank you, Yara.
Thank you.
We're all speechless.
Did you make any, are you making any assumptions about any form of governance? Like how is cohabitation organized or regulated? Is that something that you have thought about, or?
Yes. So again, with the the equal spaces, the roundness, like the forum being round, the idea is that like there's a tradition in both societies of deferring to wiser elders, but then having the voice of the people themselves in a democratic way be heard. And so I think that that will be mirrored again in their society. So like in the Jewish community, there's like the elders. In the Arab community, there's the sheikhs, and they are the people who kind of dictate what's going on. And so I think that there's that, but there's also a lot more agency because it is at a city scale rather than a nation, where there's more democratic tendencies, and it's kind of like a regressive form of government rather than something that we're accustomed to.
Thoughts?
Yeah. No, I think that this slide here is very good for my first observation, my first impression, in the sense that it's like a range of references. And we all see them. For example, the second slide of the middle line reminds me very much of the little machine, the sort of strange landscape which Iris Mateus had presented in Venice 2 years ago. The next slide, the one with the sheep, refers very much to a James Turrell swimming pool on a very different scale. We have the typology of the souk or of the bazaar. We almost have Blade Runner at some point. There's a sort of collision of shock of references, which I find really very, very rich. It raises certain issues, I think, as a place for democracy, to experiment with democracy, as you said, Yara. How do you envision this symbol of extending? Okay, there's the typology of underground tunnels, etc., actually stitching together places. But now, what's the idea within making a place for democracy, but this place is invisible? It's below the ground. That's one thing. And then, well, I will have another observation and maybe one name to quote from. But is there a contradiction, or is it really something which you will fight for?
So if you mean why is it underground,
yeah,
where it could be something that is exemplary, I think that what it does, and Amar and I had several discussions of this before, is what is the connotation of underground? It's the inversion of something and the obfuscation of something that is antithetical to the norm. And I think in that region, unfortunately, peace is antithetical to the norm. So preserving it underground, where it's almost impenetrable, is the goal of the project, because it is something precious and it is buried beneath the ground.
Metaphorically, it has much to do with those sort of science fiction stories, you know, when after a sort of a nuclear attack, or as we saw in other projects, a sort of ecological drama, people have no choice but go underground to find shelter, protection, etc. So it's a terrible message with which I can hear that even beyond this specific geographic situation and historic situation, that at some point the human community would have no choice but bury themselves to find harmony and peace. That's that's quite a hard, that's quite a strong narrative. But I can hear it. I can hear it. But I mean, you should be aware, from my understanding, you should be aware of the dimension of that. I mean, your design, your project is very strong, but it implies a lot more than just going a little further with the underground stitches. Now, it's a brand new model of society and of molds. So you're writing a totally different narrative. It's a lot more than an architectural project.
I think there is something interesting about this idea of, obviously the underground references are multiple, and at least in that context, they are usually used to smuggle, whether it's arms or whatever it is. And to the subversion of this mechanism and say, at some point, this is a place where either people go hiding, go to smuggle, and the more they do it, all of a sudden we find this kind of peace in that realm where we can't find it in the above ground normal life. Is a subversion, and it places this project in not an utopian or dystopian way, but in place, but in this kind of in between, that is something to me that seems interesting. How to subvert a system and find a way to talk about peace, talk about architecture, talk about all this. And there is no, it's not about a monument to peace. It's not about war. It's not about, but as you said, Eve, there are a lot of references that you can find in what I think are compelling images. And that is the strength of this project to me.
Yeah, it's something, there's an apparent contradiction which is interesting to explore, but there's still a lot of work to be done. The battle for the struggle for life through secrecy. I mean, those tunnels which we found under these borders, you could find them under the Berlin Wall, just in the same way. Somehow you have life which is stronger than anything else and finds its own ways to keep going. But so these issues, I would say that maybe there are too many ways open. All those slides make me feel a bit dizzy because each one could be a project in itself. So maybe it would be interesting to pick up one or two and go deeper, without, no pun intended, go deeper into it, because there are so many stories in this that that makes me feel a little tipsy, a little dizzy. Yes. Don't you think that
it is in a way, it's
going even deeper with one idea?
It's in a way a surrender to reality than fighting, whether it's a war or for peace.
Yeah, I think these are incredibly compelling images. They're beautiful. I think the narrative is really incredible. It unfortunately makes me a little sad because it just, it maybe speaks of a reality of humanity that do we really, are we really saying that in order for us to find peace as human beings, we have to retreat back into the planet basically and kind of hunker down and find a way to find a different type of life in here. So while I find these images very evocative and exciting, and I think I agree with Yves, each one of them could be an interesting project, and I think the narrative, but there is a bit of sadness in humanity as a result of the narrative, and not necessarily because of your project, but because of the topic you raise about where we stand in this particular region in peace, and that we as humans can't find a way to connect together, so we have to retreat. So unfortunately and maybe that was part of what you were trying to do, is to bring out some of that emotion in us as human beings as we look at this. But I'm a little saddened by that, because I want to believe better in humanity. But I do find your presentation and your narrative to be very exciting and beautiful. I mean, these images are beautiful, and in some ways I'd love to be able to see a field and where sheep are able to graze with barely any sunlight. But again, there's a darkness about that I guess is maybe what you were after. So that's, in that way, it's successful. So
but the underground is interesting in two additional, ways to me. One is, the fact that, some organisms, right, when they want to hide, they dig into the ground, right? It becomes kind of a protection mechanism. Sure. And we actually see that right now with the rise of the bunkers as an answer to the pandemic, as a pandemic response. Right, people are refocusing, on those protective mechanisms in the built realm, right, which is really interesting, right? So that is one aspect to it, and then the other one is, there are, as I think you said that in the beginning, Yara, in the slide too, there are a series of existing, artifacts in that sense that exist underground, right? A cave and a bath. Right, so those are already there, like covered by more layers of history and soil, and so there's, like a way to reconnect with those early stages, right, of cultural and societal development by going into the ground. And maybe it's just a temporary retraction until things have kind of balanced out, and then maybe there's an opportunity to resurface as a better society, after time has passed.
Yeah, so I would just say, I mean, I obviously building on everybody else's comments, which I think have been very good. There's part of what makes it hard to assess this project is, there's obviously amazing technical skill. That technical skill is coupled with a kind of emotional intelligence in terms of how you've put these images together. There's a cinematic quality to them. But just like cinema, they also sort of demand a suspension of disbelief and are unto themselves a kind of completely self-referential system. And part of that is, speaks to the quality of what you've done. But as an architectural proposition, you can't really analyze whether the second from the left on the bottom is well designed or not well designed. You just have to kind of buy into it as a proposition, right? And accept the things about it that maybe don't work, that make it a little less fantastical and a little bit more real. And so in that sense, I think you're incredibly successful in terms of sort of changing the criteria, or changing the terms by which this project would get reviewed. It is, I have to say, an incredibly fatalistic, dystopian view of the future. That's not inherently bad. The fact that all of the renderings reinforce one another, again, it's an indication of your skill, but it makes it very hard to assess what this is leading to. There's a fatality to it, an acceptance, seemingly an acceptance of this condition, this amazing underground world. Maybe even a little bit, what it's missing is the kind of metropolis component, where the people who live there decide that they're going to rebel against this world that's been created and liberate the workers. And I don't really know if it's fair to hold you accountable for that aspect of it.
I'm really sorry, David, to hear that this makes you sad. That was definitely not the intention when we invited you to this reviews to make you sad, but but somehow, maybe this is successful in that if an architecture or an architecture project can convey or provoke feelings in people, I think that is very successful. That in itself is a great compliment to Yara and her work. And I'm really sorry that it's making you feel sad.
No, but that was
not the intention.
That was part of my point. That was part of my point. Is maybe
I know.
that's what the emotion that you were trying to raise about the overall topic of your thesis, which I think is really fascinating. And so I do think in that way it is very successful because they are provocative and it does really strike a chord. So in that ways, I think I agree with Amar. I think it's very successful in that way. And I mean, we've got a lot of things in humanity right now that we're questioning, and a lot of topics that are going on right now that are raising a lot of emotions. So in that regard, I think it's very successful. I do agree with Casey too, though. I do think there is a very cinematic quality of this, and there are some. I think he hit it right on the head about the sort of suspension of disbelief here that makes it hard to evaluate it in that way. But you're looking. You might be looking for a different reaction, and you might have actually gotten it. So in that way, it's successful. So.
I want to elaborate on that because I do share this opinion that it's difficult to assess in the right sense of the word, but I will send some references for you, Yara. I think there's some eye candy for you which you could elaborate on. I mentioned what the Portuguese guys did for the Venice Biennale. I will confirm it. And you should also become interested in the work of a very little known French architect. Maybe I'm sure Amar knows him, Guy Rottier, who was a visionary architect of the 60s. And I just acquired an 8,000 element archive of his private work for our architecture center. And one of the things he designed were underground structures in the 1960s based on the ability to bring sunlight within the ground, underground, through specific devices reflecting the sunlight. And he designed just like ant farms, digging mountains, and he even did underground dwellings and structures on the moon. And both the idea and the graphic design would be some sort of eye candy for you. So if I can't really assess it, I can fuel your reflection with a few references, which I think you should elaborate on, because you should move forward. Yes, starting from that, it seems to be like a starting point.
Great. And if Amar could forward you my information, could you please send me some of those references?
I will send them in writing right now.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you.
I will send them. Just let me check them out, and I will write them for everyone in a minute or two. I'm working on that. You see, looking for the references.
Great.
Yara, can I ask you a last question? Are you very familiar with Israel? Are you from there, or why did you pick Jerusalem?
I think I've been adjacent to the issue for a long time, and I don't want to have any sort of bias or any sort of feeling that like there's a reason. The reason I chose this is because I am familiar with it. I have visited the region multiple times, like since childhood, and I'm familiar with the issues there, and that's why I selected it, because it is something that I am familiar with. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Yara.
Thank you very much.
Well done. We should move on to the next project.
Yeah, thank you, Yara. Great presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, we have Jack next.
Guys, we were supposed to be finished in 45 minutes, right? Is that gonna happen? Probably not, right?
We might run a little late.
We have two more projects.
Yeah. I know it's late where you are. All right.
Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So my name is John Morris, or Jack. This
Sorry,
thesis
Jack,
observes...
please go full screen.
Oh, am I not full screen? No.
Thanks.
Full screen. Okay. Yeah. All right. So this thesis observes the potential of a new building typology / landscape typology that addresses the life cycle of electronic waste in an environmentally conscious manner. This approach leverages emerging perceptions of electronic waste reuse and cultivation to reimagine the dump. And in doing so, this project strives to simultaneously tie urban waste infrastructure to the public sphere while combating hazardous e-waste practices. And so the state of the current situation is the world's population has been exponentially increasing. And with this global increase in population mostly taking place in developing regions of the world, there's been like a clear shift in the way that these regions urbanize and consume products they've previously not been exposed to because the type of waste has changed. So the issue is that these electronic waste products are being dismantled improperly to the point where it's causing a lot of harm to the people that live there. Where in Ghana, for instance, they melt a lot of the e-waste in acid baths, and the runoffs of which get left into the water stream, and then it causes very adverse health conditions for the people that live in these regions. So when I was looking at the general waste flow, seeing that it started in most of the waste is generated in the developed world and then transferred to the developing regions of the world. And one of the main proponents is the US. And so looking further into the US, I determined that through the Basel Action Network, which was a part of determining where e-waste in the US was moving as far as transferring from this country to other countries. They determined that California was a big proponent as like a region for where waste is being transferred to before it leaves this country. So I decided to situate my site in San Francisco, being a port city and having access to multiple routes in which people can engage the waste before it leaves this country. So the idea was I chose Piers 30 through 32 along San Francisco's coast as the site for this project due to their close proximity to tech companies, areas of public interest, and their port affiliation. And looking at the site as like the last line defense for the transference of e-waste hazardous materials, the piers provide the opportunity for public engagement with the public sphere via interaction with the coastal amenities and trade transportation. So the project aims to address this idea of there's a disconnect in how we discard waste and the realm of the public, where we consume, where we work, where we play. And so it kind of tries to merge the two into one project in which people can really engage with their waste. So next slide. So this is me looking at the movement of waste from various parts of the state and moving to San Francisco and eventually to my site. And it addresses the entry of waste to the site, being on the peripheries of the site, on the edges, and then being eventually shipped off from there. So looking at the program, because that's the main component, the issue with waste being recycled here in the US is that it currently costs too much to recycle waste properly. So in order to combat that, I propose introducing esports facility, which is a kind of a gaming facility being integrated into the infrastructure of e-waste. So the idea was to compensate the cost, because the gaming industry is a developing industry that is very lucrative, and so it kind of offsets the cost. So looking at the program itself, I devised a way of of flow from program to program. And here you can see the various floors of the 2-floor scheme of how the waste enters the site on the left and how the waste leaves the site on the right. And then here's the same idea conveyed in the section where the site or the e-waste or esports facility is positioned above the loading dock for the transference of the waste leaving the country, but now no longer leaving the country because it's properly handled on the site. Here's the same idea in plans related to the site. So following the e-waste flow, I wanted to have a point of interaction in which people can engage the waste. And so that point of interaction of engagement is the e-waste refurbishment workshop. And so that is kind of like a main aspect to this project is this idea where people can go to this place and dismantle their goods and extend the life of their technologies beyond the normal lifespan. Because in the future, we're going to be running at low on metals in particular. And so this is kind of a way of reclaiming these resources and learning how to extend the life of your technologies. So looking at the sections, another proponent, because this is an active or a formerly active port, the idea was to integrate the ferry as like a main port source of transportation for the general public. And so the upper left part of the site is dedicated to the transportation of people via waterways. And the e-waste facility, the discarded materials from the waste leave the site underneath the arena of the esports facility. So here's that same idea and plan with the main entries to the site being located on the 2 sides of the site, in which people can then eventually approach the roof of the site on the same side to then get a prospect position over the relative waterways. So the idea was to kind of have these ramps be a part of the main infrastructure of the facility for the esports, but also not be so detached that they don't have any reference to the waste management facility happening below. So the idea is kind of have the envelope act as one and the same for both regions. And so this is that envelope being displayed on the site. And here's the entry to the site being on the corner. People are allowed access to the roof on the upper portions, in which they can look down to the gaming facilities below. And in the section that views here, where people can look down and see the beginnings of the e-waste refurbishment portion of the site, where people can directly engage with the waste and dismantle it as it leaves the site via the barge system. And that's it.
Thank you, Jack.
Is this
Thank
currently
you.
underused?
No, Scott, go ahead. I've had my share.
So, no, I was just wondering if the site, I'm not familiar enough with real estate values, but would this be a very expensive piece of property or an inexpensive one in the city right now?
So this would be a very expensive piece of property, granted that the piers are currently in disrepair. That is why the site boundaries are not the same as the site boundaries initially shown, is because they've been trimmed up to deal with the disrepair on the northernmost side of the site and a bit of the southernmost side of the site. There's a lot of disrepair in those piers. And that's why the building's also as tall as it is, to kind of maintain a lower cost. This was also the site proposed for the Warrior Stadium initially, but the fact that it was 5 stories was a big issue for the city because the piers could not support the weight in general. So that was.
The reason I ask, and I'll be quiet after this, but I just was wondering, most recycling and waste management facilities are located away from the expensive real estate of the city because they often, well, because there's usually not a lot of money involved in producing it. It's usually actually a cost rather than a revenue generator. And so they usually seek those other kinds of venues, in addition to the various containment issues of toxins and so forth. I'm guessing you think that the public relations value of the more conspicuous site outweighs those sort of conventional concerns.
So I do feel that the public relations aspect is a very key component to this, but also the fact that the limited amount of metals we have does kind of provide the fact that recycling will be the way, like urban mining will be the way in which we kind of harvest our resources in the future. And so this is kind of looking into that future, saying that it's not cost efficient now to recycle, but it will be in the future. So that and the esports facility that's integrated into the project is also a means of kind of combating that cost as well, and provide that public more drawing factor and kind of the rationale for choosing this site. Also, the close proximity to these other tech companies and whatnot provides the opportunity to engage directly with those places.
I think Big also did that recycle plant in Copenhagen with this skiing hill on top.
Yeah.
And a climbing wall on the side and stuff. And Kai-Uwe Bergmann was showing us around, and he constantly joked saying, we recycle everything but plastic. Plastic we send off to Germany. So I think it's going to be very interesting proposal to the government to keep the garbage within the country. But I think the way you overlap the functions could work to help finance the recycling process. I like your sectional diagrams a lot. The pink and blue ones. Can you go back to those? No, not those. Oh, this one. Yeah, no, the other ones. The diagram, not the same. Yeah. So I was expecting something even more complicated, and in terms of the building, I thought you're gonna have this multi-layered kind of building, and then in the end, you of course you had to put an envelope around it. How deep did you go into these processes? Do you have floor plans developed, or is it schematic?
I have a 3D model that's modeled out with these floor plans, but the floor plans themselves were not taken directly from that model. So yeah, the idea was that all these processes are contained within the project, because the measurements were taken from pre-existing waste management facilities, and then transferred to my site, and then imposed on there. So I looked at the different, like the AC line versus the TV line versus the electrical products line. Like I looked at all the requirements for those and determined the sizings based on that, and their proximity to the where the waste has to be moved after it is dismantled, and where it's held on the site. And so that's kind of where the forms kind of arranged from, was that kind of working out those distances.
And did you plan that people who use the building not to recycle, because that's some people will work there, but the others who visit the site, are they supposed to see the recycling process? Because I think that is something that people need to be aware of it. Did you plan?
So they directly engage they can see the processing from above, and they can also go down below to engage with the the general processing. This section here is taken through the middle of the building where there's a cut down in which people can engage in the e-waste management process, and they can see the objects being moved up the shredders and out to the where they're held before they're shipped off. And a little bit further over is the terminal for the ferry, and there they can go down the steps from the terminal to the ferry to the point where they could directly participate in this dismantling process.
How do you collect the waste, the e-waste, like, and deliver it?
So the e-waste is collected, currently it's collected by state at various facilities. There's only currently like 25 states out of 50 that have the means to process and recycle e-waste. And so a lot of it just ends up getting shipped after being filtered from the garbage facilities and recycling facilities. But in San Francisco, there's actually, I think at least, there's 3 places in San Francisco that have the means of recycling, but they don't always follow through with the entire process, and a lot of it gets shipped off elsewhere. So like I mentioned before, the Basel Action Network did the study, and they put devices on goods that were being recycled, and they determined what recycling facilities were actually not doing what they should have been doing. And a few of those happen to be in San Francisco, and it's a problem there.
So you're not anticipating that there's going to be a program for specifically people segregating their e-waste from other waste that they have?
Right now, a lot of recycling companies won't collect the e-waste. So if the way that people do it now, they have to bring it in through a private company usually. This kind of, the idea would be it would become a main like state funded thing that people could ship this waste via truck to the site.
So one of the things that I sort of wish, I appreciate the very sort of careful construction of your narrative leading into the project. And it's actually a site I know quite well. Our office in San Francisco is directly across the street. So I have looked out over that pier and into the harbor for several times, several trips. It's curious. I think, going back to Scott's proposition, I think that this would have to be a conscious effort by the city to have a display project like this, an exhibition project. And so I'm a little bit less concerned about the practical realities of the real estate. I think that San Francisco is the kind of city where they might actually elect to highlight in a prominent way some major recycling effort because it's in line with the ethos of the city. And the fact that there are tech neighbors there, I think is fitting. I'm not really sure that they're engaged in anything that would have any relationship to this. I think that there's probably a lot of sales and marketing happening in those offices and not a lot of production. But all those things aside, the thing that I am having the most trouble with in the project is the basically the shell that you've created, right? So you took us through a very careful narrative of like the sequencing and the programming and the process, and I even appreciate that you shared that with us in section rather than in plan, right? Because I think that we very often forget the kind of spatial component of all of this. But it may just be the rendering, or it may actually be the development of the project. It feels like it's inside this shell and sort of hidden away. And I you know, our firm is actually doing a cogeneration plant in China. And the whole design of that plant is built around teaching visitors how the plant does its business and what the end product is out the other side, and what their relationship is to energy. And so I feel like if there were some way in moving around through this landscape that you're creating, it was presented in a way, and again, it may be in the project, but it was presented in a way that was less about the kind of figural quality of the end product and more about this sort of a kind of explanatory journey that you were taking up, over, around, and through, so that it wasn't just a surface, but rather it was teaching you something about that process, that careful process that you've analyzed.
Okay.
I think that's the success of merging the two kind of programmatic elements there, is that you are trying to celebrate this process, you're trying to bring and highlight it. And I think that I commend you on sort of looking at that in a way to say, how do we highlight this? Because it's an issue that we have, and how do you merge it? Because like as Scott said, there is a real component of the real estate values and so on, and we can divorce ourselves a little bit from that. But I like the idea of kind of trying to create a program around an industry too that is growing. I mean, the gaming industry is massive and it's growing, and I mean, they fill stadiums to watch people compete. So it is an interesting idea, and I think that just to support what Casey was saying, I think that there is something beyond just a sort of viewing platform into the process. There is sort of like an educational process that you're taking the people with or on as you bring them onto the site to kind of connect to the industry and the industry of the gaming industry and the electronics, the waste and stuff like that. So I think that there is a bit more of a sequence of the kind of teaching opportunity that you have here. And I think it's true. You've got an opportunity here with this city that would really probably be one of the more premier places that this kind of facility could occur and allow that sort of educational process to be a part of it. So, I appreciate the forms. I think some of the things that I would like to see, your diagrams in the planning sectional stage are really great, but I'm struggling a bit. The axon on page 14 helps me a bit, but I really want to see some more plans, really get an understanding of how these two things are weaving together. So I'm struggling a little bit with that. You have some plans here, but I think that would help to kind of tell your story a little more.
Okay.
And so can you talk about, as I understand it, currently what's happening with all of the e-waste is, you can keep it on the thumbnails, but on 4, everything is being, we're generating a huge amount of waste that cannot be processed here, or it's not economical to do so. So we ship it somewhere that it is economical to do so. That's true, right?
Yeah.
And then,
so there's actually a lot of money from the resources that are recovered from the e-waste, and that's why these countries are accepting these products. But the ways that they're going about it is causing a lot of harm to the environment and to the people themselves. And so it's kind of they want the waste, but we shouldn't be giving it to them because they can't recycle it properly. We should be dealing with it here, and then that's the way the policy kind of came about in particular. So.
And then in your project, like the chart on page 7, right, you're collecting, 6 and 7, you're collecting waste from the city of San Francisco, and it's moving through your project. And then there's an arrow pointing out to the right. Where does that arrow go? Like, what is
so that will be the metals and stuff that once it leaves the site, those can be reused in manufacturing processes for whatever purposes they would like to be used for. So, and it also deals with the rest of the waste that can't be recycled down to the reusable materials. Those, like the toxic chemicals, those get processed in other facilities that can handle that responsibly.
Because I think the siting, you know, the building typology you've chosen for this is interesting, because in the current situation, you know, everything moves through a port at some point and gets put on a boat and sent off somewhere. I think what your proposal is sort of, you know, instead of that arrow pointing off to a different country, it's kind of pointing back towards San Francisco, right? And back towards, so I think, you know, there could be a synergy there. I think the program is sort of, to me, interesting, but also a little bit kind of strange, not strange, I don't know. It's sort of the users that you've chosen to come to this building are probably the people generating the most amount of e-waste of anybody. And it's almost like, hey, gamers, come and bring your, you know, 6 months old graphics card that you just bought a new one, and you can chunk it on the pile, and, you know, we'll keep going. So I think there's an interesting proposition there about, like, you know, finding the people that are generating a lot of this waste, because, you know, the e-waste is a lot of it's through, you know, it's either Bitcoin mining or gaming or just general office computers. But I feel like computers are getting stable enough that kind of the drive to have the fastest and the most cutting edge thing is maybe what's generating a lot of this waste. So you found an interesting way to put maybe the people that have the most opportunity to recycle in the building. But I think, I mean, to me, like, one of the most compelling images is the most compelling sequence is kind of, you know, 6, 7, 8, and 9, or maybe 6, 7, and 8, where you kind of diagram a city and a flow of people next to a flow of waste. And then you kind of do that in plan, right, on 7, and then translate that to section. I think it would be interesting to kind of link that back with what you had on page 4, right, where you're trying to capture that flow out of this country, right, and kind of deal with it in the proper way. So then I think you know, maybe that means your building needs to be more than just a recycling center. It needs to be, you know, how do you actually process those metals, and what do you do with them, and who do you sell them to, right? How do you get them back in the stream of, you know, ideally you would have some, you know, I don't know who is buying all the gold or whatever is recoverable, right? But, like, where's the market for that? Where does it go? And then it almost becomes like, you know, you're simultaneously recycling, but also, you know, redistributing that to the people that would be buying it.
Yeah. So the idea is, like, this is only like one typology of ways that we could deal with e-waste. There's, like, other ways you could, like, have basically like a salvaging like theater in which people can engage and trade waste and whatnot. Is like another idea. So this is kind of more focusing on the kind of the public draw to these areas, rather than kind of specifying it down to a specific group of people in which they would directly trade waste or engage in the, like, all of it together, I guess. The waste dismantling process.
I keep thinking about not to dive into the probabilities of the project, but I'm trying to think of the architectural problems that you're confronting in the design of this. And they seem very similar to the architectural problems of wineries. And like, I'm thinking of the Tabasco plant that you can go and see here in Louisiana. Maybe you've gone to see it.
I've not.
You can watch people make Tabasco or wine at a winery, but you can't actually go in there and do it. It's too dangerous, and the liabilities are too high. So the question is, how do you take the natural and potentially useful curiosities of people about this recycling process and display it and present it in an engaging, even compelling way? And it seems like there's elements of the project weaving together.
Let's read the book. Don't come behind the
that there's elements of the project that weave together multiple strands of the actual processing and the experience or observation, you might say, of that. And that seems to me like the architectural problem. And by architectural problem, I sort of mean something that's applicable beyond just this instance. so that you could apply it to many different situations. And where your project nods to that is mostly in the form of programming, that is to say, bringing together two groups. I'm most interested in the spatial implications of that dual condition in the building and where those things come together and where they separate. And I wondered if there's an illustration that you would most want me to look at to see that spatial relationship.
Well, the spatial relationship probably be best exemplified here, kind of showing the division between the people and the of the two different user groups, and kind of the overall integration into the the management process. So like here, the gaming facility is located above here. So this is the gaming facility. People are allowed to look down into this space here and come down to the waste management facility, but only on not in the direct paths of the processing lines, because that is a hazard. And so people can also come down further away from this section in this plan. So the people are allowed to come down through the other side, where is the ferry, it's the ferry terminal, and actually directly engage with the waste process that is happening directly below that they could see from above at that instance.
I think so the term directly engaged might be a little dangerous, because I don't think that's what you mean. You mean observe, which is a term you're also using.
Well, I do mean they can directly take apart their discard, like the waste that they bring. If someone would want to bring waste to this, the e-waste refurbishment workshop would teach people how to dismantle that, and there would be people there to help them with that process of dismantling their goods. But the idea is that it teaches them this process so that they could then carry it on in their life and learn how to really extend the life of their technologies.
I think there's value to the programming element that you're proposing. It's just, for me, it becomes most interesting when it's spatial or structural, or engages those fundamentally architectural questions that allow it to be applicable to a broader range of circumstances, like the wineries or Tabasco plants or so on. What is the trick of putting people in the process without putting them in harm or danger? And what is the proximity and relationship that you can construct between those two programs that give poignancy or additional meaning to them, other than just propinquity?
You could use the Tabasco versus the Crystal tour, because if I remember correctly, Crystal in New Orleans had a we're doing factory tours for a while and had to stop because of a pepper bomb that went off inside their plant, and the tour group got a little bit teary-eyed.
Yeah.
Well, that's a good question. I think it's fair to say, Jack, that we have discussed those potentials and implications for the design. And that the next, again, talking about the next steps of the project and keeping on, kind of, amplifying it and altering it, like that the architectural responses, right, to the challenge that you have identified, this programmatic overlap, like I really need to have the opportunity to move more into the foreground, right?
Okay.
Okay. Are there any other comments? Okay, great. Thank you so much, Jack.
Thanks, Jack.
Thank you. Interesting
Thank you.
investigation.
I have this right now.
Good. So we have one more, and that is Austin.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yeah. Hi.
Hi, I'm Austin. So this thesis, Welcome Home, is a sort of a thesis that investigates the design of a transitional environment for veterans. So just a quote this kind of shows that we're responsible for taking care of the people that volunteer, their lives for us on a daily basis, by Abraham Lincoln. So a veteran is a person who served active duty or active military, naval, or air services, and has been discharged for reasons other than dishonorable. They make about 7.6% of the United States population, and there are currently 5 different branches of military service, and the Space Force is also on its way up as well. So the problem here is that the transition for veterans out of the military into their civilian lives is very, very brief, and it's rushed. You can kind of see here that their entry and training phase is much longer than their exiting phase, and it's often described as sort of a boot out the door on their way out of the military. There's also been much more struggles with this transition, for it being more difficult post 9/11 than pre 9/11 due to some surveys conducted by the PW Research Center. So the military workplace is much different than the civilian workplace as well. And this transition, known as sort of soft skill set, which is working with people in the civilian realm versus working with people in the military realm, is often also not translated well. We can also see that more people are being deployed now post 9/11 than before, and have served in combat zones. The knowledge of the programs that are available to these veterans after they get out of the military are often not really shared, and they're overlooked, as well as the brevity of these programs being sort of very short. The TAP is a transition assistance program that currently works with veterans getting out of the military. However, it's only a 5-day program, 3 of the days that you're mandatory to go to, sort of helping you figure out how to find a job and things like that after you leave. There's also an extreme loss of community as well. Often, people in the military are associated with a smaller group and then a larger group, and then it kind of goes up in echelon all the way up into their division and the base that they live on. But that sort of sense of community is lost as well when they exit the military into their civilian lives. So through architectural intervention, design has the opportunity to create a transitional environment that better facilitates a gradual shift for our veterans moving into their civilian lives. So sort of looking at this, I decided that the overall, starting with the program of the project, aiming towards colliding the programs that are necessary for the veterans for this transition into sort of one space. And these programs would include sort of an institutional component, housing, community work, transportation access, as well as green space. All of which just sort of solve these problems that are arising from this military to civilian transition. So looking at sort of the organization of this program, I studied sort of a typology that the military has, which is the inner cordon, outer cordon level of security, with the outer cordons of the environment sort of being still secure, but more permeable than the sort of inner security of the operation. So I associate the program into the outer cordon and inner cordon formal design, and then even further into looking at the sort of permeable barrier and the connections that can be made from this inner cordon program into the outer cordon, and sort of starting to label the different programs, the outside being housing, and interior being institution and community. Here's a picture of sort of a combat outpost, and sort of their organization and how they have a drawing here of sort of the scattered security around the outside, and then the other supportive programs on the interior. So through this, I developed a sort of a prototype that can be used across different sites, with a couple key components in mind. That there is sort of an underground parking component that allows access to this upper courtyard from the street, as well as creating this sort of apartment work outer core that provides a sense of security with circulation on all levels to connect and mix the program through section as well. That way every floor of housing would also have connection towards these programmatic elements in the center. And sort of creating apertures that connect the outer cordon, the inner cordon to the outside community through the outer cordon. So my site that I chose was in Tulane-Gravier. It's located right here in between the CBD and Mid-City on Tulane Avenue. Just a closer up view. So a very important part of the site selection was its proximity to the veterans healthcare systems, the VA sort of hospital in the city. This is currently in New Orleans. So selecting a site that was in close proximity to for this intervention to be a supporting factor to the current VA hospital, as well as the family support center that's also funded. So here's just an overview axonometric drawing of the project. You can kind of start to see these connections that are being made from the inner programs out to the outer programs. The development sort of the intervention was sort of made with going out to the site limits and then creating the separation between the inner and outer cordon and adjusting those volumes and creating sort of outer apertures that are related to the inner apertures to create that connection to the outside community, as well as placing in parking and circulation to create the final schematic form. And these are the different programmatic sort of elements of the project with underground parking, rentable work units on the bottom floor, so they can have sort of a work-live relationship, as well as the courtyard and community. And the apartment and gardens that exist in the sort of residual space that's made from the apertures. And then the institution and community programmatic elements in the center, which have cafeterias, classrooms, trade schools, and things like that. Here's just a couple sample floor plans. The subfloor and floor one sort of shows from the street cut. It's a half-level sunken parking garage with rentable units on the exterior, and then there are ramps that sort of provide direct access from the street into this central courtyard space. There are also 3-bedroom studio bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, and 4-bedroom spaces that are available for rent in this apartment, as well as common spaces on every floor and located here and here at a variety of sizes due to the aperture that's created. It's important to note that different size families will be living on the same floor, whether it's one person, 2 people, or a full family, and their time of stay is also different depending on their reason for being there, whether it's to simply be a halfway home for someone who's a family that's attending to be there for their veteran that's in the hospital, or if it's for somebody trying to get back on their feet and go to the trade school there, or someone who needs affordable housing. So here's a section here, just sort of showing this connection from the streetscape to this inner courtyard space, which can be used by the people that are going to the trade school there and the people that are living there as well, and using those programs that are on the interior. Here I have a series of images of the project from the street, and looking even closer to the sort of apertures that are created on the side of on the street, and the community life that exists within the courtyard space, the various activities throughout the day that may include meetings, eating lunch, playing basketball back here during the day, as well as some activities on every floor with these veterans sort of being able to be around each other and help support each other through their transition and military, from military to civilian life.
Thank you, Austin.
I guess I have a fundamental reaction to this project of where this building in itself seems like a military citadel and actually isolating itself from the rest of the community. One of the things that I asked the young people in my office a couple of years ago was if they knew anybody in the military that actually had been to Afghanistan or any of the conflict areas in the world in the last few years. And not a single one of them knew anybody. And I found it really odd that I grew up in a neighborhood of, I think, 19 houses. And probably out of those 19, probably 17 all fought in World War II. And everybody knew each other and everybody was involved in that. And then I grew up in the Vietnam generation where I knew a lot of people that had gone over there. I find it interesting how isolated the military is from community today, entirely. Like, you know, how you can have an affluent economy and generation and housing, but the military itself is kind of become this isolated, almost poor section of the, in terms of our society that has been isolated from the rest of society. And the thing that strikes me about this building right away, which is a handsome building, it does all your programming and so forth, is this seems to isolate an entire group of people from the community in terms of its size. And that's the thing that strikes me most when I look at this.
I think the goal and also a struggle throughout designing the project was creating a balance between creating security for these, which is something that's familiar and comfortable to the veterans, as well as, you know, dissolving it. So it's all about middle ground, trying to find a middle ground for dissolving it into to allowing them to be able to be involved in the community. A couple of ideas and proposals are that maybe students are coming to here just for trade school that are not in the military, and then veterans are, you know, communicating with them and then getting to see them every single day. So mixing sort of the people that are you know, getting together and then allowing this sort of openness on the bottom floor for sort of anybody to sort of enter and use some of the courtyard spaces would help mix the occupants of the building.
Is there, did you talk about the programming that you're proposing for the ground level, that you're envisioning, the activities that you're envisioning happening there?
For the ground level?
Yeah.
So sort of on the ground level, I mean, there's activities of people, you know, just eating from the cafeteria, or if people want to get here and get food. There's also the sort of workplace around the outer rim that allow people to sort of, you know, the veterans to be able to have a business within the community. They say that the most successful way of helping veterans is veterans helping veterans in the community, to mainly as well as incorporating these veterans and to help their transition into and combine the civilian into the veteran sort of life, is also just being able to help these veterans find a job and become successful. At first, I was trying to tackle the homeless veteran issue, but I saw that maybe the actual issue is more of the their transition and being able to get to know people outside in the community, as well as be able to get training at a trade school to be able to find a job afterwards, because many veterans come out without the skills that they need to make it in the civilian world.
So Austin, how did you decide to pursue this topic?
My relation to this topic is I'm currently in ROTC. I'll be commissioning in about a week. So I've been around a couple of military environments, and I've heard from friends who have exited the military. I also grew up in a military town, that there was an issue with the transition process And then looking, even researching more further into it, I saw that it was even larger than what I had understood originally. So this topic of transition from the military is also something that everybody thinks about when they go in. What am I going to do afterwards? And sometimes it's not something people think about when they go in because they end up getting out and not having a plan afterwards. So this place provides sort of a place for them to do that.
Just one little question, Austin, if you don't mind, because I would like to be sure that I understand in the right way the response which you made to Brad when it came to the sort of citadel, military citadel effect within the city. You said that they needed security. Did they need a high level of security, a real one, which explains that within the city itself you build that shell, or do they need a feeling of security?
I think it's more of a feeling, a sort of an architectural, spatial feeling of security. Although there's no gates on the bottom floor that really lock it down. There's no guards watching the doors, but this sort of feeling of security on the outer rim sort of creates sort of a safe haven on the inside, but also like trying to find that balance between allowing it to be accessible from the outside and allowing people that may not necessarily even live here go to the trade school, and just mixing the different occupants throughout the program of the building.
But this feeling of security is not just a matter of gates and the transition which is your issue could be transcribed also in terms of architecture. I mean, the transition between inside and outside, working on permeability, etc. I think you have an interesting challenge for you to explore, which is how to create the conditions for a feeling of security, but which is not provided through actual walls. Maybe there's other things. Maybe you can, in your further steps into the project, maybe this is an interesting issue, I think, which could be developed, starting from this shell effect and going more into a subtle bridges or subtle gaps to be bridged, and transitions and interactions. But thank you, I got your point better now.
No, thank you.
I was thinking it could be much more playful, and I've never joined the military, and hopefully I never have to. And but it seems very rigid. So I think what Yves just said, this kind of cocooning idea, or the idea of having something more playful and not so much institutional looking. I think you try to be playful with the course in the middle, but it seems to be quite dense, and the garden's not big enough, because even if you haven't seen, even if you have been on a playing field in Afghanistan, I don't know if that's not too housed in for my taste. But as I said, I don't know anything about veterans.
Austin, I want to couple things. First of all, your presentation is super clear. Like, it's very clear. The path you took us through to explain the project was really clear, and I really appreciate that, because it made it was very easy to follow and very easy to kind of get a sense of where your strategies are and so on. And I also want to say that, like, you attacking this issue is a major issue. I know that we have with veterans, and I think I commend you for tackling this and going after it, because it's a really important issue that needs some real thought, and we need good thought going into that to take care of these people. So I love that. One of the things that I mean, it seems like you're very rigid with a lot of your things, and I think one comment that maybe I think Brad made, or something about the way this thing kind of connects with the community and brings these families back and brings them back together. I think one interesting thing is that everything is kind of turned inward to its own world that you're creating, I wonder if there is something that might, you've kind of done it with a bunch of apertures and things like that to kind of get glimpses back to the community, but I wonder if the circulation of the people kind of weaves itself in and out, where you've got some, you know, the two long sides go on the inside and then the two short sides go on the outside. So there's, or even more of a weaving, so that there's that circulation as you move through is a bit about this weaving back in and out of the military community and back into the regular community. There might be some one, and that might kind of feed the Ruth's idea about it being a little more playful. It feels, it's got, you know, some real rigidness, which I totally appreciate as well. But maybe there is some kind of gesture like that that could kind of help that, just the idea of moving in and out of this community and back into the, you know, back into the community that it sits in.
Absolutely.
But it's a beautiful presentation. I really like it a lot.
Yeah, I agree about the presentation, but I would ask you, where is this, by the way?
Let me go back to the site. This is in New Orleans, on Tulane Avenue here. So it's existing sort of north of this French Quarter, sort of getting closer to Mid-City, and then next to the Louisiana Veterans Healthcare Systems building that exists. So it's on sort of a main route here. And that's sort of its context. The goal would be to be able to place this on sort of any lot that exists nearby, because most of these veterans healthcare systems have lots available for further development of the hospital in itself. So,
I'm not familiar with that particular neighborhood. What is the neighborhood like?
The neighborhood, I've compared the two opposite neighborhoods, to the mid-city to CBD, where the CBD is very sort of high-paced and electric and efficient, where the mid-city is more laissez-faire and relaxed. And since I feel like having those two neighborhoods, sort of the opposites of each other in a way, that this central, the Tulane Gravier, the place in the center between those two spaces, would kind of be the ultimate place for transition. Especially in proximity to people who want to be more fast and electric and move into the business world, versus somebody who wants to maybe open up a bar or a brewery in Mid-City or something. So I've kind of decided that it would be someplace in the middle.
What if you did fracture this building and pulled it apart and then started inserting the parts in terms of function within the community and the neighborhood that you picked? I presume you picked that area because it is close to the VA hospital. But I mean, would it still be successful in terms of programming if you did something like that?
If it was fractured across different.
Right. So you get people are, you know, they're living in one place, they're moving to another place, but they have to interact to the community. You know, in terms of moving from building to building within the community, as opposed to having one building. Because I'll go back to my original point, is that it seems like this is almost an encampment for the military, as opposed to addressing the issue of moving into the community, which socially is obviously very isolated in this time. You know, and if the goal is, and I was giving the reference in terms of the younger people that worked for me, because I thought it was a shame that they didn't know anybody in the military, you know, and there wasn't a shared experience of that. It's like the war is kind of this isolated thing, as opposed to somebody in dealing with somebody that actually has experienced it and been involved in the military. And when I look at this, I just worry that, you know, yes, all these people in the military have these shared experiences, and yes, this building puts them together, but isn't the end goal actually to have them work out in the community for perhaps an extended period of time?
Absolutely.
I think that's a great point. I think it does put a lot of emphasis on what's going on in that, what you call, Austin, inner cordon, you know, and how that is designed. I think some of your views offer some, you know, these glimpses to the inside, right? The colors could become, you know, points of attraction, right, that draw you in, right? And then certainly the programming, right, and the, you know, the architecture, right, the architectural detailing around these spaces right, could become points of attraction for people to be drawn in a more obvious way to the inside, right, and maybe offer that space as something to the community. You know, like I think Ruth brought up the playfulness of the interior, right? And I think again that maybe amplifying that. We had many discussions about the layout and how to loosen it up a little bit. Might be one step in that right direction.
So how long do you see somebody kind of living in this situation? You know, if this is a time that they're sort of, you know, you talked about the very short, abrupt transition out of the military. You know, this is longer, but it's still kind of a temporary condition, right? So how do you see this playing into kind of a timeline of someone's life?
So it kind of depends on the different veteran. For some veterans that are coming out of the military, they have very distinct training that will immediately help them get a job afterward. But that's also considering that if they weren't injured and they don't need to be in the VA hospital, you know, and that's different upon what the injury is like. So this place is sort of supposed to serve all of those functions. So if someone is simply going here for trade school, it may take a year or two to finish the trade. So they may be living here with their family for that period of time. There are other units that could be rented for a short period of time. Right now they have the Fisher houses that provide sort of a halfway home for families visiting their veterans in the hospital. So that could be a couple weeks. So it kind of range anywhere from like a couple weeks to a couple years, depending on what the specific veteran needs coming out of the military.
And I'm sure you probably looked at the precedent, but John Tate in New Orleans did an amazing kind of I think it's the Bastion community development.
Yes.
So it's your same program, but it's the, you know, kind of a shotgun typology, right? Where you have more of a, you know, a denser fabric. But I think, you know, what I appreciate about that project is that, you know, it feels kind of the context in the community, but it still is a little bit different. You know, it does sort of feel a little bit militaristic when you're there, because it's, you know, there's a few different unit types and things are stripped down a little bit. I think drawing on previous comments, I would love to see ways that, you know, instead of this building, you know, then connecting to the VA, wherever that is, you know, 100% sort of military, right? You still sort of have this, even as you describe it, this encampment, right? It's like there's a fortified position and you're looking out and it's sort of, we're protected here and it's less protected out there. I'd love to find a way to say, you know, if there was a chart of, you know, this is someone's life and, you know, they join the military and then they're in it 100%, right? And everybody they interact with is potentially a military person. You know, maybe this project kind of occupies, you know, this zone of their life, right, where they're getting more and more and more re-engaged with society. And I feel like the issue right now is that is just a cliff, right? You're in it with your team and your friends, and then all of a sudden you're out, you're on your own, right? So I think the space that a project like this could occupy is sort of stretching that time out. I think the challenge is going to be how do you find ways to, you know, elongate that curve and not have it just be an extension of the drop off, right? Where, okay, now you're in this building for 2 years and then, okay, now you're back, you know, on your own. Like, how can the architecture and it being in a community, you know, really make that transition back to civilian life more comfortable? And that might be like, you know, maybe this project needs to be, you know, 80% market rate housing and 20%, you know, veterans housing or something, right? Or there's some mix of programs, or there could be spaces like Cordula mentioned that get pulled in. But I feel like that to me is where, you know, the typology occupies a really important space in someone's life. And I think you started to think about ways to me, like the way that you've talked about the project, you're finding ways to make civilian life more like how people are comfortable having been in the military, right? Like it's taking some things that might be less comfortable about, you know, not being protected at all times and describing it that way. I think the challenge is going to be how do you know, how do you soften that transition? But I think, you know, the project is very interesting, and it's a typology that is a real typology, right? Like this is a thing that needs to exist, and there is some of it, but there should be more. And I think, you know, the attempt to tackle it at a denser scale, like that's a dense residential project for New Orleans, right? What's on the screen.
Absolutely.
So I think, you know, it is a very ambitious goal.
And
I'm gonna mute. I got a dog.
Austin, I'm assuming that you were in charge of the programming, right? You determined what was an appropriate amount of residential service stuff there. I just to add to everybody else's comments, I feel that the project is very self-referential in that it does seem like, you know, the military is often referred to positively and negatively as a machine. It seems like that kind of next machine before you get, you know, released out into the quote unquote real world. It would have been nice if the building had expressed a little bit more of that transition, not just the transitional experience of the individual or their family goes through, but also transition to the neighborhood. So, you know, you've got what I think I count as a 6-story or higher building right up against shotgun houses on, you know, 2 sides. The neighborhood may change and evolve over time, but it's almost like you want the building to open up on one side, right? And maybe reduce the density a little and be a little bit kind of better neighbor. I think you're trying to do that with what look like these sort of large terrace cutouts in the form. But at least in the way we've gone through it, those seem like they could have been maybe utilized a little bit more intentionally as a way to mediate between the scale of, you know, some of these adjoining blocks in the context.
Absolutely.
Austin, I had a little question, and I don't want to interrupt any important ideas, but right here, there's a section I think you drew at some point, at least through your building. Do you have a section like that?
It's through the other direction, but yes, I can go back to that one. So the Family Support Center would be on the right, and then this would kind of be like along 2-lane Avenue, the main road.
I guess this one is my question, and I think this implies a commercial zone on the ground floor, and residential starts up here. And this one implies the commercial zone here, and then the residential's there. And then there's this kind of sweeping set of stairs that comes on up into these large objects in the middle. And I think of all the spots in your project, you're most on to this ideas that have been described in this instance of section, and you're furthest away in this one. I think people's circulating on the inside edge and their activities of daily life operating a great deal around the interior leave them with this very kind of Miesian relationship to the outside world, which is wonderful and poetic in some ways, but it's not very New Orleanian to kind of disengage from the street in that way. Even though there are instances where people live above a shop, they usually step down to the ground right next to that shop, and so that the shop becomes integral in some way with the unit above. And I think all of those are instances where the section can begin to tell that story. And I was afraid when you first started talking that your underground or semi-underground parking was going to be detaching the program from the street. It seems like you've mitigated that a little bit, but it definitely detaches the courtyard from the street, giving us relatively little opportunity to see up in. So the reason I call attention to all these is that I think you, through the review that you've had and the other discussions I know you've had and through the project you've designed, I think you've identified the pressing architectural question that this project addresses. Like all good theses, it probably takes on too much and has struggles to address it completely. But I think you've identified that the section at the street, even more in some ways than the density or vertical height, is where the rubber meets the road in terms of an engagement of existing context and street in a city like this. So I congratulate you to discover that zone and to address it a bit. But then I think the concerns about the project that other people have suggested all stem, or many of them stem from the problems of that same address.
Thank you, Scott. Thank you, Austin. I think it's getting a little bit late for our friends from Europe, and I know some of our jurors need to leave very soon. I would like to take the last few minutes to thank everyone and see if you have any comments or feedback in general about what you saw today.
I was I've done a few other reviews this last couple of weeks, and I have to say that graphically, in particularly, and the way that things were presented, I'm extremely impressed. Overall, you know, I don't think there was a bad presentation today that I've seen, and they've all been intriguing. They've been dealing with timely and intriguing programmatic issues, and I think that they've really thought through a lot of what they've been working on, and so I'm very impressed.
Great to hear
That's
that.
great. Specifically considering the circumstances under which, you know, some of the work was generated over the last 8 weeks, one should say.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it hasn't been easy for the
echo with Brad's saying. I thought the work was fantastic. It was really fun to be a part of it. There's really some incredible discourse going on and some really thought-provoking ideas, both in architectural form and theoretical form, and just I think it was really impressive. Amari Cordula, I think it was very impressive what you guys have gotten the students to do, and you guys should be really proud of yourselves. I know this is in normal times, the thesis portion of your education is not easy, but these in particular, and you guys really kind of rised up, and it was very impressive, and I was super happy to be a part of it. So thank you for including me.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, David.
Yeah, I'm going to echo all the other comments, and I'm hoping that, you know, since we've been recorded on YouTube in a couple years, we can look back on this and be like, man, remember that crazy time we had to have Zoom final reviews, and let's never do that again. But you know, it's been a grand experiment, and I mean, I think, you know, what's interesting to me about the whole, just the format of what we're doing now. I mean, this is sort of like in the last 2 months just taken over, you know, professional life and personal life, and everything is kind of, you know, being looked at in this way. So I think it's a very interesting time to think about, you know, number one, how you kind of complete your school and thesis, but then, you know, it's under some strange conditions, but those strange conditions aren't going to end right when school's over, right? So you're kind of transitioning into an amazing, you know, time in life, but also a very kind of unique condition that no one really knows what's happening. So it's very interesting to be a part of, and, you know, I appreciate the opportunity. You know, I personally would not have been able to attend this review if it had been in person, right? So there might be a silver lining to some of it for some people, and all our friends in Europe, right, have an even further way to go. Maybe they would have appreciated the trip to New Orleans, but they can enjoy over Zoom.
We've all appreciated that for sure.
The budget is limited.
Yeah.
Just a few words and a request to Amar and to Cordula. Well, a few words. I want to elaborate on what was said. I really had a great time, as I said previously. I learned a lot. I learned a lot from all of you, and congratulations on your work. I enjoyed very much the diversity of the approaches, and sometimes also the bridges between some projects. I mean, there was it seemed like teamwork and not individual projects made in every room in this quarantine strange moment. And congratulations on that. My little request is that I wouldn't like it to end up like that, and I would like to know more about what will be happening next with the further developments of the projects, if any. So if you will have an opportunity to document the projects of everyone, I will be more than happy to know more about the full stop and about the end of this experience. I'll be there to get more news, and I'll be really happy to know more about that and the future of you all.
Well, thank you so much for today and for having me. I repeat what other people said, very diverse work, very interesting work. And I think it's great that you're all thinking about the current condition and that it influences architecture. Everything we do, whether, I used to have a teacher who said, no matter what you do in life, what you eat, who you love, whatever, everything will eventually influence your architecture. And I think your projects have shown that some of you have, somber thoughts for the future, but you definitely, some have happy ones, but you're definitely all looking for solutions. And sorry, I was a bit quiet in the end, but for me, bad time for Bonzo, so to speak, because I started 6 in the morning again. But I was very happy to be here and to see your projects, and it's a nice continuity that every year, every second year, I can come to New Orleans and see what you guys are up to. And I'm very impressed every single time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruth.
Thank you, Ruth.
I'll just add to what everyone's already said. Congratulations on completing your thesis projects under unbelievably complex circumstances. I think that, without a doubt, this will be a very memorable experience to have gone through collectively. And I have every confidence it will kind of bond you to one another moving forward. And that the themes that you've been studying in your studios will come back time and time again over the course of your career. So I think that these are really points of departure, not points of arrival. But take time now and celebrate the fact that you've come this far and done such a great job. And I wish you all the best.
Thank you, Casey. That's great.
One last thing, sorry, because some of you were not here yesterday. I will repeat one of my impressions of yesterday, be it in your projects themselves or in your presentations. I really had the feeling of generosity, of an overall generosity, and stick to it.
Great words to end on.
Great words. I mean, for us, just briefly, like the diversity was mentioned of the projects, it's challenging sometimes because we put a different hat on, with each project or each proposal. But at the same time, it also makes it very, fascinating, right? To dive in also all these different directions. And while, many of you have, put forward really solid solutions, I think at the same time, as was pointed out several times, all these solutions, are not fully solved, right? They're starting points for, expanding the investigations, right? Considering the time that you had, it's impossible to answer all the questions that come up in the process, right? So the merging of the hypothesis with the proposal, right? And the many different directions that the proposal can take as a response mechanism, that is super exciting to us. And I think everybody was at that point now. And as we said before, we really encourage, and as Yves just said, to really take this, to keep on working with it, right? And, start building up your career based on some of these findings. You invested a lot of time and you gained a lot of knowledge already. So, this is a starting point, right? And in some ways to segue into a next phase.
To echo this and add a little bit, it is true that for us it is more difficult than a regular studio to thesis because it goes in a lot of directions, and as you can imagine, in one afternoon we have to switch very quickly and be able to respond, which by the end of it we're completely wiped out. Um, which is we're used to. But I think also, to me, this is really interesting because you come up with projects that we would have never thought about investigating or looking into in more depth, and I think that makes it really interesting for us, at least for me. I'm sure Cordula feels the same about this because we talked about it many times. So that's great. Congratulations to everyone.
Congratulations, everyone.
Good luck with the next steps. Great job. Very well done.
Congratulations, everyone.
We should all, everybody unmute real
Everybody
quick.
unmute. Are there any comments from the students that we need to hear about?
Just thank you for taking all this time, 12 hours really in total, to listen to a whole bunch of presentations. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, and I think one upside to the Zoom dialogue is that it was a lot richer maybe than what would have happened if we hadn't had input from Eve and Ruth and Noah and everybody, all of you who were far away and couldn't have made it to us in New Orleans. It was awesome and incredible, and I think it really toned the discussions, and it was great. So thank you also.
Great.
And thank you for the seamless transition between the time when we were in studio to the time when we went digitally. It seemed effortless on your part.
Oh, it was totally effortless. It was easy.
Yeah.
That was the easiest part. Of course, like the rest of it.
It's so
Very
funny.
effortless.
You guys are so far ahead of us. I had in the 2 hours when we had a break, I had a faculty meeting, and Zoom with us doesn't work so fluent quite yet. But we're in months 2.
Great. Did this, like my last question, was this process in the end, despite the circumstances, you didn't have to print, you didn't have to pin up anything, was this better, or was this not as great of an experience? Or are they not comparable?
To prepare it was much easier, especially because we focused on digital presentations last semester. The transition was easy, but we missed the interaction that we typically get with the physical thesis performance.
Saved a bit of money on models and plotting now, so that's nice.
As I said earlier, I do think there's something interesting as a reviewer to have the digital access, because you can be looking at the project in your own sequence too, up close on another screen, which is cool. You can kind of get in, as I said, sometimes when you're in the studio and you have to get up and you want to look at sometimes you might not do that as much. And so there's a kind of connectivity you can have with the project. So from a review point of view, it's kind of interesting. I thought that was kind of fascinating.
I think it makes you talk about your work differently too, because, if everything's up on a board, you can kind of go from place to place. If you're, going through Zoom, you tend to have to go in a linear motion, right? You kind of go from start to end and then maybe zoom back for a second. And I think that's something that we're dealing with, professionally too, is like we have an interview for a project that we're going to have to do via Zoom. And it's kind of like, how do you approach that a little bit differently than you might normally, right? Where, I don't know. So I think that the challenges that we're faced maybe on the technical side or technological side, those are challenges that scale up with the profession too. So I would think about how we talk about our work differently. I mean, I'd love to hear from Amar and Cordula just about like the pinup process, right? Because, or the Descript process, being virtual has got to, even if it, it has to have some effect on the end product, right? The process being a different thing.
I mean, nothing really beats, for better or worse, the one-on-one, like in-person dialogue, because, you see reactions, you can read the other person much better. And I think there's a lot to be gained just from that exchange, sketching obviously is an essential tool to us. So, and, while we can sketch on the screen, it's just, it doesn't replace the handheld pen. So there's some some challenges in that regard, I would say. The miscommunication also, I feel, happens a little bit easier in the Zoom world than it does in the like it's not as easily adjustable, right? So or like things might translate or be said one way but understood a different way, and that's not immediately clear. So there's a little bit of that lag. In terms of the communication, I find that that is not ideal. But in terms of the process, we were able to streamline it. We probably spend a lot more time on reviewing material than we normally do, because we asked the students to submit early in the morning, and then we met, Amar and I, and reviewed the material, and then met with the students in a group and individually to go over the material. So it really was an all-day process.
Well, I mean, the work looked great, so it worked out.
Great. Well, again, congratulations, everybody. Amar and I suggest that we meet Friday at noon after the document submission briefly again. Does that work for everybody? This Friday at noon? Yes, I will send get another Zoom invite, maybe our final one.
And a glass of champagne to cheer.
A glass of champagne.
We had that the last time I was there. One of your students had built this little house, and we all went outside with the champagne bottles.
Oh, out of milk crates.
Yeah, and visited the house.
That was right. Yeah.
After we finished our thesis, we went to Mid-City Bowl, the whole class, and it was crazy. Fun night.
Good.
And about having drinks, this is a warning. I'm planning to come and visit as soon as flying will be possible again. So be prepared to have drinks with the bold Frenchman. Be prepared, guys.
That sounds great.
I'll bring the champagne.
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, you have to. Yeah, it's your responsibility. You have to bring the champagne.
Mm-hmm. As a Frenchman, it's supposed to be my boy, isn't it?
Yes, exactly. Okay, thank you guys. This was really great experience. And again, thank you to our critics to dedicate all this time and provide the valuable commentary. I hope it was helpful.
See you soon in real life.
Yes, see everybody soon in real life.
À bientôt.
I hope so.
Thank you.
À bientôt.
Tschüss.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Oh, so